is 8 hours of testimony.
We're gonna go through this so fast, it's gonna be beyond your understanding.
Wow.
We didn't think there was anybody here yet.
Are all of them, Jim, all of them are not testifying, they're just coming up as a group?
Right, two or three.
I got it.
All set, Madam Administrator? All right. So we're gonna call the public hearing to order for the FY 24-25 budget for conservation development. Up first is Kit Ingui, Long Wharf Theater.
Thank you so much, Senator, and thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony in support of increased funding for Connecticut's flagship producing theaters and the entire arts and culture ecosystem of this state. My name is Kit Ingui, and I am the Managing Director of Long Wharf Theater, proudly located in New Haven. We are among the 6 flagship producing theaters across Connecticut, including Eugene O'Neill Theater Center, Goodspeed Musicals, Hartford Stage, Westport Country Playhouse, and Yale Rep, representing a collective annual investment in our state's economy of $46.5 million. We create live theatrical productions right here in Connecticut that strengthen tourism and spending at local restaurants, hotels, and shops. Our scenery, productions, costumes, and props are constructed with locally sourced materials. Our theater productions could proudly sport a Made in CT label. Cultural organizations producing live performances were significantly impacted by COVID-19. We were the first to close and the last to reopen, and our audiences were given consistent messaging that being in spaces like ours was a risk to their health. The painful impact of that messaging continues today. From 2019 to 2022, Long Wharf lost 34% of its annual income, except pandemic-specific support. Most of that funding sunset in June of 22, though ticket sales and audiences have not returned at full pace. This has caused a greater reliance on contributed income, which is now challenged by donors feeling the pinch of inflation and the financial market. We are in need of short-term bridge funding while we rebuild our audience's theater-going habits. However, to be sustainable beyond the short term will require reliable and significant annual funding. Our theaters are grateful recipients of state line item funding since 2013, but since starting at a total of $500,000, our funding is down nearly 50% to $43,325 per company. This represents less than 1% of Long Wharf's operating expenses. Organizations like your flagship producing theaters are closing across the country. San Diego Repertory Theater recently suspended productions after 46 seasons. Centers for New Work like the Humana Festival in Louisville, the Lark Theater in New York, and Sundance Theater Lab in Utah have all gone dark in the last year. The state of Connecticut can ensure that it remains one of our country's artistic engines and an indispensable home to bold and innovative artistic work that will be seen on stages across the world. Theater helps us to see a different perspective from our own. It helps to promote social discourse,
Wrap it up, please. I'm sorry.
dialogue, and potential change. I urge Governor Lamont to increase the state's allocation for the flagship producing theaters and to increase funding for arts and culture throughout the state.
Thanks, Kit. Appreciate it. Up
Thank
next
you.
is Teresa Fabrizi Alves. Floor is yours.
Hi.
3 minutes,
Hi.
please.
Hi, my name is Teresa. Let's bring up my, my name is Teresa Fabrizi Alves. I'm an O&E Outreach and Engagement Case Manager at Columbus House in New Haven. With Living Spirits, I work with the literally homeless, and I support those that live under bridges and in tents, and I had a client living in a hole near railroad tracks. And I work with them from the streets into housing, and this could take up to a year or two. And the clients are then matched to a program, permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing. And there's been many instances of turnover in staff. Many clients will continue to call me for support. And it's just like such a big disconnect with our overturning staff. And I'm just asking, you know, you got for the governor and the senators to increase in our pay. Myself, I have lived experience. You know, myself, I'm still utilizing our services that we give to our clients. And that are offered to our clients. I'm a single mother with a daughter. And myself, I'm not even don't have my own place yet, and I don't have independent living. And I strive to have that one day, but I strive and I love what I do and help others. And I just ask, you know, the government and the senators to pass this bill that will help our clients and our frontline staff. That is, you know, like we work very, very hard with our clients, and just ask to find affordable housing and to increase this pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night. Up next is Alexis T. Up next is Tanya Velez Lore.
Hi, I'm Alexis.
Okay, go ahead, Alexis.
Dear members of the Appropriations Committee, my name is Alexis Torres. I'm here to express my support for increasing the state's homeless youth line item. I am currently receiving services from the Connection Start program, which is funded through this line item. At the age of 17, I was pregnant in DCF care. After the birth of my daughter, I ended up in a domestic violence relationship and pregnant again. The police were called and I ended up homeless and scared. I was taken to a domestic violence shelter where I shared a bathroom and a kitchen with 10 other families, which all had children, so it was packed. I wasn't sure what to do. I asked DCF for help and they referred me to the Connection Start program and 211. The Connection helped me find an apartment for myself and my daughter and provided furniture and apartment supplies, which I wouldn't have been able to afford on my own. This was my first apartment, and having a place to call home really helped me focus on my next steps. With the program's help, I found full-time daycare for my daughter and a full-time job for myself, as well as getting into school. My case manager supported me in getting my driver's license when paying for driving school and the license test. I learned how to budget my money and save for my future. My daughter is now thriving in school and both of my children are happy and safe. I believe in increasing funds for homeless would be extremely helpful for young adults who are going through what I went through. Homeless young adults deserve a better environment to become successful, and everyone deserves a fresh start. The governor's proposed budget didn't make any cuts to the homeless youth line item, but it also didn't increase funding. This line item serves some of our state's most vulnerable homeless people. The funding in the state budget has helped me and many other struggling young people, but there are still many more who need help. I appreciate this. I appreciate that this committee has consistently protected and increased funds for these programs. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Alexis Torres from New Britain.
Thank you, Alexis Torres. We appreciate your comments. Up next is Tanya Velez Lore.
Good afternoon. Dear Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Tanya Velez Lore. I am New Haven resident and member of New Haven Works. I am speaking about HB 6659. I would like to request that committee consider increasing funding to support New Haven Works program. Before joining New Haven Works, I had many jobs. I work in home health care for seniors. I enjoy the relationship I form with my senior clients, but I had no benefits and I had to travel 2 hours round trip to get to the job. I tried for many years to find a job on my own, and it was hard. I applied for jobs in restaurants while taking classes at Gateway Community College in New Haven. Usually I didn't hear back from the employers I applied to. I registered for New Haven Works in July 2020. I was working 2 jobs and I started meeting with my job coach. I didn't feel about confidence in my English, and I had the opportunity to work with Spanish speaking. job coaches. That was really helpful for being understood. They helped me to update my resume because my computer skills are not that strong. They gave me tips and technical help when I fill out application on the computer. My job coaches have available always and responsive. The job coaches help me to prepare for interviews. I have many interviews with different employers before getting offered a casual work service job at Yale University. I took the job with Yale Hospitality and worked over 390 hours. I passed the cutoff to apply for jobs as an internal candidate, and I have applied a lot since then. In November 2022, I got a permanent position working at least 16 hours per week with Yale Hospitality. I will soon get benefits in this position and often work more hours than my mandatory 16-hour schedule. Sometimes I work 32 or 40 hours, which is great. I'm grateful for that. Having this job makes me feel more secure. When I get the benefits, the medical and dental benefits will be so important for me. I also don't have to travel many hours to get back and forth to get to my job. The retirement plan will be also important. I want to make plans to buy a house, and I would like to go back to school. This will be easier if I have a permanent job for at least 30
Tanya, can you sum up, please? Can you sum up?
She's not gonna understand. Are you all set, Tanya?
Yes, thank you so much for listening.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
We appreciate you. Up next is Scott Dolch. 3 minutes, Scott. It will be tougher on you than anybody, so just remember that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Scott Dolch, and I am the President and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,600 restaurant and food service locations, I am here today to express opposition to House Bill 6659. The Connecticut Restaurant Association opposes the proposed budget as it significantly underfunds the hospitality industry, even though the current 1% meals and beverage tax remains in place. Our association is not asking to repeal the tax, but instead suggests that the legislature consider utilizing the revenue from the meals and beverage tax as a reinvestment back into the hospitality industry through the creation of a new Connecticut Hospitality Fund. In fiscal year 2022, the 1% meals and beverage tax generated more than $90 million for the state's general fund. We propose those dollars could be put to better use in 3 specific areas. First, 30% of the annual meals tax, more than $25 million annually, would flow directly to the Connecticut Office of Tourism, allowing our tourism office to compete on a regional and national level to attract visitors to our great state. 20% of the revenue would be used for workforce development in the hospitality industry, with the goal of providing resources to rebuild our sector's workforce through hospitality-specific training to attract, promote, and retain our future industry leaders. Finally, the remaining 50% would be distributed back to the municipalities based on revenue that each city or town generates through the meals tax. Municipalities would use these dollars to support their local hospitality sector and find ways to build through grants, economic development, target marketing, and more. In Connecticut, the restaurant industry alone is down 22,000 jobs since before the pandemic, and close to 1,000 restaurant locations across the state have permanently shuttered their doors. Reinvesting the meals and beverage tax back into the hospitality sector through the creation of this new fund will have a significant positive impact on small businesses, job growth, and the generation of additional tax revenue. This is a common sense plan to support state tourism, local economies, small businesses, and our hospitality workforce. It would aid our industry in need, supporting small business owners and their employees, while simultaneously stimulating local economies throughout our state. We hope you agree and look forward to working with you on this concept. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it. Have a nice night. Up next is Chase Herron. Come on up. You're going to sit at that right in front there, that table right there. And you're going to, when you get up there, you're going to push the mic and it's going to have a red band on the microphone so that we can hear you.
Speaker.
There you go. The floor is yours. Nope, push it again. There you go.
My name is Chase Heron. I participated in the East Hartford Summer Youth Employment Program. The program has impacted my life in a positive way. It taught me skills that are necessary in order to excel in professional environments. For me, the Summer Youth Employment Program was my first working experience. I learned how to build professional relationships outside of my internship. Additional funding can greatly improve future opportunities by expanding knowledge and evolve tremendously with higher and supporting funds included. Thank you.
You did a great job. You did a really good job. Up next is Dalma. Is Dalma on? If not, we're going to go to a panel of Paul Mayer, Brett Thompson, and Jason Mancini.
3 minutes.
For all three of us,
Are you all ready?
we're ready. Good evening,
ready.
Co-Chair.
Go ahead,
My name is,
guys.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Co-Chairs. My name is Jason Mancini. I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Humanities. I'm here on behalf of over 1,000 organizations that represent 13.4% of Connecticut's economy, or $40 billion, and 175,000 direct and indirect jobs. Specifically 700 arts and cultural organizations and hundreds of tourism destinations in every one of our communities. I want to thank you for your consideration of House Bill 6659, the governor's proposed budget. The investment, as outlined, returns arts, culture, and tourism funding to 2019 levels. We must increase the investment in arts, culture, and tourism. Contrasting the governor's budget, legislative investments in the past biennium have put Connecticut on a new path that not only recognizes and values the contributions of arts, culture, and tourism to the state, but recognizes the immediate return on investment in terms of economics, social and community well-being, and educational benefits. From fiscal years 19 to 21, investments in arts, culture, and tourism hovered around $13 million. In fiscal year 22, state investment in arts, culture, and tourism surged to $51 million, none of this being from ARPA. And in fiscal year 23, $31.5 million, again, none from ARPA. What is proposed returns us to 2019 back in the $13 million range. We've begun to transform Connecticut, developing our cultural infrastructure, and we have aligned our strategic plans and priorities between Connecticut Humanities, the Office of the Arts, and the Office of Tourism. Along with my partners at the Connecticut Arts Alliance and Connecticut Tourism Coalition, we've begun a collaboration, and we stand ready to partner with DECD and act on an arts, culture, and tourism roadmap that we've presented to the legislature. The roadmap is based on 6 listening sessions with 200 participants, seeking meaningful, reliable, and equitable funding to bring us back to strength and resilience and competitive with our neighboring states. We seek $58.5 million, which is a $44.7 million increase from the governor's proposed budget. The breakdown is as such: $28.9 million for tourism marketing and tourism line items, $25.3 million for the Connecticut Cultural Fund and arts and culture line items, and $4.3 million for infrastructure and workforce development. Yes, it's eye-opening, but it's aimed at continuing the success of investment from the last biennium. The $30.7 million invested from you in the Cultural Fund and the $21 million in tourism has precipitated record visitation to our state. In partnership with the Office of the Arts, we awarded operating support to 700 cultural organizations in 90% of our alliance districts. 10% of those grantee organizations were serving or represented by.
3 minutes is up. Do you have anything else? Do you want to wrap up?
If I can take some time from Paul, because he's got less to say than I do.
Well, yep, go ahead.
We have transparent and accountable system, data collection and assessment. As of yesterday, we've documented a 5.7% times return on investment. 4,000 new full, part-time, and contract jobs. But we are still hurting and not whole. Performing arts visitation is down 45%. Children's museums are struggling disproportionately, and school field trips are also down 45%. The impact of divestment would send us backwards, and we've made incredible progress. With significant return on investment, jobs, and taxes, this is an investment that makes good sense for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, Paul, you're up. Stop playing with the dog.
Trying to keep them from barking.
Okay,
Hi, everybody. I'm Paul Mayer, president of the Connecticut Tourism Coalition, also vice president of marketing and communications for DATCO, and a longtime board member of the Gard Arts Center in New London, which, by the way, just won the historic National Outstanding Historic Theater Award. Anyway, I thought it would be helpful to share with you what our neighbors in other New England states spend on tourism for statewide marketing. New York, 60 million, New Jersey, 20 million, Maine, 18 million, New Hampshire, 11 million, Massachusetts, 12 million, and Rhode Island, 11 million. And as you can see, Connecticut is being outspent by all of our neighbors in other New England states. And while we are all trying to compete for the same tourism dollars, I also want to mention that states with a comparable population to Connecticut also spend a lot more. Montana, 22 million, South Dakota, 17 million, Arkansas, 22 million, Utah, 30 million, and West Virginia, 25 million. And lastly, I thought it would be interesting to share with you what happened in Colorado in 1992. Their tourism went from $12 million to $0. And what happened within 2 years, Colorado lost 30% of its US tourism business, resulting in $1.4 billion in lost revenue. That increased Longwood's estimated to $2.4 billion by the late 1990s. Another independent economic impact study confirmed those results. So Colorado's attempt to market the state with private funds during that time was of little impact, as industry contributions were not mandatory or focused. And in 2000, a new Colorado tourism office was formed and received $5 million of funding. By 2004, the new promotion had generated $1.4 billion of additional tourism spending and $89.5 million in state and local taxes, which increased over the years. So, you know, basically the point is that it takes a long time to come back when you have such a decrease in tourism funding, and the economic return on investment for tourism is so critical that we remain competitive with our other New England states. Thank you.
Brett, the floor is yours. You gotta unmute yourself.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Good evening. You guys hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thanks. My name is Scott Thompson, Executive Director of Connecticut Arts Alliance. I join my colleagues at Humanities and Connecticut Tourism Coalition and members of arts, culture, and tourism industries to oppose HB 6659 on the grounds that the governor's $13.8 million proposal for tourism fund takes back to 2021 and threatens to reverse 2 years of significant commitment by the legislature. It will leave our state's cultural community once again scrambling for scarce resources and make it impossible for Connecticut to compete with neighboring states for tourism dollars. Our industry represents more than 1,000 organizations and tourism destinations that contribute $40 billion annually to the state gross product and employ directly and indirectly a workforce of 175,000. When adequately funded, we produce a $3 return for every dollar invested. As Jason pointed out, the legislature has invested $82.7 million in state funds in the current biennium, excluding ARPA. HB 6659 slashes that funding and returns us to funding levels of 2021 and earlier. This is barely enough to keep these key industries on life support. As an alternative, we've come together to form a historic partnership to offer the arts and culture tourism roadmap of investment strategy that moves Connecticut forward rather than back. It proposes meaningful, reliable, and equitable support and builds on your investments over the past 2 years. We gathered input from more than 200 members of the community And we were guided by a steering committee that included both tribal nations, Senator Heather Summers and Representative John Michael Parker, as well as the Connecticut Office of the Arts and Office of Tourism. We're proposing a $58.5 million investment to fully support cultural organizations and tourism marketing as key components of Connecticut's economy. We ask you to direct these funds to the Connecticut Office of the Arts, Connecticut Humanities, and the Office of Tourism, which are trusted public and private partners with established metrics that can collect the data needed to demonstrate value and ensure accountability. We oppose HB 665 for taking the tourism fund backwards when it's essential that we continue moving forward. We thank you for your historic investments that you've made in our industry the past 2 years and urge you to sustain them as recommended by the funding roadmap. Together, we can leverage the value of arts tourism for our state's economy, cities and towns, and our residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you coming. Up next, we're going to go to Jim Boucher and Alex Johnson.
Jim Boucher in the group.
Is there a Jim Boucher?
Jim, where'd he go? Jim? Yeah.
Alex Johnson.
Okay, come on, Alex, and.
Yep. Just bring what kids are coming to, gonna talk. Come on up, guys.
Come on.
We're gonna get you guys out of here. So when you speak, we want the kids to speak. I'm sorry.
Come on, just one.
Well, they can all speak. It's not gonna make any difference. Give us your name. If you were already signed up, please, you guys got to give us your name, okay? And if we don't understand you, we're gonna ask again because we want to make sure that we get your name. Okay, guys?
Go ahead.
My name is Aidan Guadalupe, and I'm here to talk about my experience at the Hartford Summer Youth Employment Program. It gave me a lot of experience that I probably wouldn't have had if I wasn't assigned to the program. It gave me a lot of help, kind of, experiencing community outreach, helping label and file different parts of the communities, like companies' documentation and all that, and reaching out to the community, promoting events, and coming up with different event ideas that could help benefit the community. And I think the Summer Youth Employment Program does a lot for youth because it keeps a lot of them out of the streets, out of trouble. It gives them a motive, it gives them incentive for something to do. And it's a lot better than being at home and, risking their lives or, really anything that couldn't be good for them.
Very good. One of you three want to also speak? You want to? Come on up. Hurry up. You came all the way here. You might as well get your voice heard.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Brown. I am 21. I've been working with OPP since I was maybe 16 or 17. And it taught me a lot. If you asked me 3 years ago if I would have came up here and did this, I would not have came up and spoke. It taught me how to budget money, how to work with myself, like my self-esteem, how to set goals for myself. And I just been having a good experience with them. And now I have my little sisters also in the program. So,
Okay, great. Do you,
Anybody else want to say? Now they're fighting.
Hi, hello, my name is Dre Durant. And
say your name again?
my name is Dre Durant.
There you go.
And
Thank you.
and the summer youth employment was very educational for me. It was very helpful, and it taught me a lot of skills that I could use in the future. And it also helped me with a lot of things that I have recently been doing. And the environment there was just really positive. They encouraged you to want to learn some of the things that they know, to get better at doing the things that you know how to do. And that is just really positive, and I really like that.
Thank you. And young lady, you want to say anything?
Hi, everyone. My name's Alina Durant. As a former youth participant of various employment training programs, I now work with a team of passionate young leaders named Young Legends, aiming to improve employment outcomes for my peers, youth coming up, and other young adults. We realized that in order to improve career pathways for young people like us, we have to be included in conversations about programs and services that assist young people. That would mean any collaborative initiatives, steering committees, and boards involving youth development. I have experienced it all. As an adolescent, I went through a health career training program for 6 weeks during the summer of my sophomore year through my senior year in high school. Though I successfully completed the program and received a certificate and a ceremony, I was not connected to an employment or internship opportunity afterward. That ultimately shifted my career path. Life happened to me and I was not prepared for it. Bills, steady income, bills, maintaining a household, bills, being a parent, and I'm not sure if I already said this, but bills. Seriously, I went through a period of homelessness with my child, numerous court proceedings, unreliable transportation, whether it was the bus line or gas money, being a survivor of childhood trauma and DCF, domestic violence, and even throughout my adulthood. I couldn't even focus on my career aspirations in a program to become employed with everything happening or hanging over my head. Now, back in November 2019, Young Legends facilitated and hosted a youth-led Northeast Regional Opportunity Youth Conference right here in this building, in this room. With support of Capital Workforce Partners, Our Piece of the Pie, Jobs for the Future, and other youth leadership groups, we discussed best practices within job training programs and how to improve how they support the needs of young people. We even had guest speakers such as State Representative Tony Walker, along with other state leaders and public officials. Currently, this is what employment programs look like. Weeks of vigorous skills building, hands-on learning activities, potential for internships, job placement, and even peer mentorship opportunities, as was stated. My reality, and from years of outreach through the lens of countless young people, that's not enough. I can attest that the true investment into seeing young people thrive on their career pathway is to ensure that the employment and training programs support the needs of young people that they serve. That includes additional funding into things like peer mentorship, transportation, mental wellness, housing, state assistance, career navigation, and even justice involvement. Currently, these are the barriers that not only program providers have witnessed and shared with us, but specifically what participants themselves experience, like me. We are ambitious, we are determined, we want to work. We also want to support ourselves and our families. However, life happens, and we will not let that be the end all. Passing this bill would show commitment to endorsing the future of youth and young adults. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So we're gonna go to a couple more people and we're gonna try to take care of the kids here to get them on their way home.
One more group. Huh? Jim will bring the second group.
Okay. And so up next is Robert LaFrance.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on this evening, Chairs Austin and Walker, as well as ranking members Berthel and Nuccio. I just want to pause and say what a great opportunity was to listen to those young people. We have similar folks who work for us in Audubon in our Wildlife Guards program and Salt Marsh Steward programs. And we are supportive of those types of programs across the board. They really help young people. They really educate them. We love to see them, young people get involved in outdoor education and also conservation on a lot of different levels. I provided written testimony. I'm here tonight to talk about the Recovering America's Wildlife Act that didn't pass in federal government. And as a result of that, Connecticut missed out on an opportunity for approximately $10 million in federal funding. My hope is that the state of Connecticut, until we can get something like the Federal Recovering America's Wildlife Act passed at the federal level, can help be supportive. And I listened to the questions this morning you had of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I thought those questions were right on point. You were digging into the questions and answers that we were looking to see that we can make certain we happen, but we can have happen. And really what I'm looking to do is to try and get some additional personnel in places like the Division of Wildlife who could work with youth like this. The Marine Fisheries Division who helps youth deal with fishing and other marine fishing issues, as well as the ENCON police officers, which Senator Austin, I know you've basically been a big supporter of us on that, and we really appreciate all that you've done. I I'm really looking to try and get some additional funding. However we end up doing it, I just need to know folks to know that those divisions that I spoke at are woefully underfunded, and every year are being asked to do more and more and more. I thank you so much for your time, and I really wish all the young people who are speaking tonight the best of success in what they're doing in the future. Thank you.
Up next is, thank you, appreciate it. Up next is Raphael Podolsky.
Senator Austin, members of the committee, thank you very much. I'm Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer and policy advocate with the Connecticut, for all the Connecticut legal aid programs. I want to say specifically that I'm really appreciative to the committee of what it did last year in reactivating the rent bank program, which is now kind of turned into something that the Department of Housing is calling the Eviction Prevention Fund. And that was really an initiative from this committee last year, and we were really quite appreciative of that. I'm here to speak really just about two issues, and I think I don't know that I can tell you anything you don't already know. There are over 100,000 households in Connecticut that pay more than half their income on housing. We're in a period of very rapidly rising rents, which actually has led to a significant movement for rent stabilization. And we're in a period in which the eviction rate has gone up, sort of the backlog that came from the pandemic and the moratorium. So the need is as great as it's ever been. There are two programs that I hope the committee will give some thought to expanding. One is the rental assistance program, which is a well-established program, but the need becomes greater and greater every year. One of the things about that program is it has grown over the years largely through kind of what I guess would call siloed programs, where there's a special category, there's a special need. The program has not grown for what I would call the general category, which is a waiting list that has thousands, whenever it opens, it gets thousands of applications, which is for people who are simply low income. They don't necessarily need support services. They may need a job. They may need a higher paid job. I would hope that you would provide some additional funding that allows expansion to reach them. And the second is the Security Deposit Guarantee Program, which is a program that helps people when they are moving be able to, but with money to pay the rent, but not enough to pay a security deposit, and therefore not able to get apartments, to be able to reach a broader range of people. Both of those are existing programs that would benefit greatly from some enhancement. And I would ask the committee to think about that as you go over the budget this year. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to the committee.
Have a nice night, Rafi.
Thank you.
Up next is Jim Boucher with a number of children. Go ahead, guys, sit down at least two at a time. Okay.
Thank you, Senator Representative. Wardez will be from the Center for Latino Progress.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lourdes Fonseca. I'm a program facilitator at the Center for Latino Progress. And I also work with the Chef Movement Coalition as an organizer. I have been working with youth in the ages of 14 to 19 for 7+ years now. For the last 3 years, I had the opportunity to witness closely the difference that summer youth employment makes in the life of these youth. These are here. This program not just provides for them to do something productive during the summertime, but also learn to become financially independent. The impact goes further, starting to shape their goals and dreams for the future. It also builds their self-esteem, confidence, hope, and believe it or not, for some of them, strength to continue living. This program is a life changer for all those youth that it touches, but it's a lot of youth we turn down due to not having enough money. That is why I'm here today, because this budget gives the opportunity to touch more youth now to shape their future to be. These youth are going to replace all of us one day. This is the best investment that we can make now. I can assure you that it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get the names of all the kids, please?
Sure. Lourdes Fonseca.
Yep. Yeah. And can we get the names of all the kids?
Oh, sure. Okay.
You got to go up to the mic.
They have to hear you. They have to report.
My name is Edgar. Like that. Mano.
Very good. Thank you.
My name is Kiara Melendez, and I'm from Peru.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Oh, guys, smile. It's not that bad.
My name is Christopher Andrade.
What is it?
My name is Christopher Andrade.
My name is Brandon Espinosa.
Okay.
My name is Jonathan Sebastian. I'm from Peru.
Oh, all right.
My name is
Get closer.
Ada Mori. I am from Chile.
You can get closer to the microphone.
My name is Ada. I'm from Chile.
And your name, please?
I am Melangelis Negronfido from Puerto Rico, but right now I am from Hartford, Connecticut, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a nice night. Up, up next is Stacy Cipher Heaven, number 13. Up next is Brandon Colbert, Advancing Connecticut Together. Up next is Ira Revels, number 15.
Good evening. My name is Ira Revels, and I'm here as a small business owner, as an artist, and as a person who knows, like you do, that there is a creator in all of us. I'm extremely supportive of any opportunities to increase the budget, even prior to the 2019 level at which we saw over 200,000 small businesses. 98% of those businesses had over 500 employees. Behind me, you'll see a sign that says Black Futures Week 2023, the future of our responsibility to ourselves and our community. And as a member of the community, I opened up a small business in 2011. In 2023, I opened up my second small business here in Connecticut. And at the end of the day, what I support is bringing in additional funding for arts, culture, and tourism, because Connecticut truly does have an extremely diverse community of creators who sincerely want to work. I work with youth. Over $8.5 million I've been able to help nonprofits raise since 2020. And in order for those nonprofits to do the great work and be able to support the youth in workforce development programs and various other summer initiatives, they need funding. Not only that, small businesses like mine require the support, especially in the marketing as well as media and other various arts programs. And so I'm here today simply to ask you to remember there's a creator in you, and there are creators all over the state who require the type of support that you are going to be deciding today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too.
Up next is Michael Seaver. Up next is Stephanie Boyce. Stephanie, floor is yours.
Good evening, Senator Austin and other members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Stephanie Boyce, and I work for Hands on Hartford. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today and provide comment on HB number 6659. Connecticut's homeless response system is overburdened, historically underfunded, and confronting a workforce shortage that threatens the statewide safety net we provide. Staff who have dedicated their careers to helping people experiencing homelessness are finding themselves in need of the same services they provide and being pushed into homelessness themselves. We need the legislator to help our providers ensure adequate wages with a focus on transforming jobs in the sector into careers of choice. We need this committee's help to rescue the homeless response system. There remains no dedicated annual funding for the parts of our system that our communities rely on year after year. We want to ensure that as cost of living continues to rise, as well as inflation, we can pay our frontline direct service staff proper wages. Evictions are on the rise, rents are increasing at a high rate. There continues to be a growing need for the range of services that are necessary for our neighbors to be able to access and maintain safe, affordable housing. For our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, we want to make certain that they receive the type of outreach and sheltering services that guarantee their well-being. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity to testify. It is with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system and help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and stably housed.
Thank you very much.
you.
Appreciate it. Up next is Deborah Mackey. Deborah Mackey here. Leslie Stone. Is Leslie Stone here? Number 19. Up next is Rhea Almari. Al Amare. You could have come up with all the others. You were here on the same thing. Sorry about that. You got it. Is your mic on? You got to push the button. There you go.
Is it on?
Now
Oh,
it is.
yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Raya Lamari, and I'm a part of the East Hartford Summer Youth Employment Program. The Summer Youth Employment Program allows teens and preteens to expand their skill sets and learn new things, all while gaining work experience. Summer Youth Employment Program placed me at the town hall. Being there taught me how to use programs like Excel and Munis and how to better manage my time, how offices typically run, and so much more. Starting an office job at 16 is a major confidence boost. It's fueled my motivation, which has made me more focused on my career. That being said, increasing funds will allow other students the opportunity to work like an adult in order to prepare themselves for their potential lives outside of school and to sharpen their soft skills.
Thank you. Nice job. Leslie Stone, I see you're there. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great. My name is Leslie Stone, and I'm Vice President and Director of Education Programs at the Yale China Association in New Haven, and very grateful for the opportunity to speak at this hearing. CT Humanities funding has made it possible for our organization to bring innovative arts, culture, and language programming in Connecticut and New Haven. Clearly, certainly without New Connecticut Humanities support, we would not be able to mount Lunar Fest, Connecticut's largest celebration of the Lunar New Year, or any of our other Connecticut-focused programming that brings Chinese language and culture learning to over 500 students in New Haven. Without Connecticut Humanities support, our Lunar Fest celebration, Connecticut's largest Lunar New Year event, would not be possible. This highly anticipated event supported our Asian Pacific Islander AAPI community and countered AAPI hate. On January 28th of this year, over 1,500 people gathered at Whitney Avenue in New Haven to mark the start of the Year of the Rabbit with a vibrant lion dance parade and wushu performance. Just afterwards, hundreds of people visited the New Haven Museum, Creative Arts Workshop, Yale's Office of International Students and Scholars, Long Wharf Theater, and the New Haven Free Public Library to join hands-on workshops and fun activities such as making shadow puppets, learning calligraphy, adding wishes to the wishing tree, and learning the significance of the lion dance. The library reported that they had more library card signups that day than in over a year. One library reported that Lunar Fest was the most well-attended event I've seen since I started working at the library, and it had so much positive community energy. At the parade, one of our speakers reminded us of the importance of this kind of programming, especially during this era of anti-Asian hate. Shirley Chalk said that when she moved to Connecticut, it was a very disenfranchised, empty feeling to know that your biggest holiday was completely not acknowledged. Now with Lunar Fest, Shirley says my kids can have the same feeling that I had growing up. They live in a place where their culture and heritage is affirmed and appreciated in the place they live. CT Humanities support has made it possible for us to bring Chinese language learning to over 500 students in New Haven. We work closely with New Haven Public Schools to enhance and support the incredible work of its world language program at 7 schools across the city. With this work, we help Connecticut's future generations become confident and responsible global citizens. This funding has created or supported jobs as well, both contractual and part-time work with meaningful roles that are welcomed by communities across New Haven. We are so grateful to Connecticut Humanities for this support and express thanks to the committee for this hearing and for considering this testimony. If funding can continue this year, next year, we will be able to continue Lunar Fest and our teaching programs in New Haven Public Schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Up next is Susan Talmadge. Susan,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead. The floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Okey doke. Get back to my notes. I'd like to thank Senator Austin, who's been to the Custom House. I know you have. Representative Walker and the Appropriations Committee for letting me speak in favor of increasing the governor's budget in favor of arts, culture, and tourism. The New London Maritime Society, of which I'm the executive director, is a community-based nonprofit group. We're a local maritime museum presenting public maritime and history programs, especially for seniors and young students. And we also are a preservation group. And this is a very myopic view of this appropriation. Because New London Maritime Society is independent, we receive no operating support from the city or the state. It's a very rewarding job that I have, but I have to say, day to day, it's hard and struggling as we have to knock ourselves out just to break even. I'm the only employee, though we have a lot of volunteers. It's a tough spot. Nevertheless, we've run and grown New London's Custom House Maritime Museum for 40 years. The Custom House is an anchor in downtown New London, and since I've been there for the past 15 years, we've been open 5 days a week, including every weekend. And in a town like New London, where so many people, businesses are run by families, you know, when you have tourists going up and down 95 wanting to stop in and have a little break and lunch, it's very good thing for New London to have a museum that they can visit on the weekend. People in the community and our students bring their family to visit the museum because it's a place they can be proud of that talks about their very own local history. In addition, over the last 12 years, the New London Maritime Society has taken on the stewardship for 3 lighthouses through the federal 2000 Lighthouse Preservation Act. And in terms of commerce and tourism, what we offer with these lighthouses is authentic and evocative. Lighthouses are a very big draw for tourists. Had our little organization, which loves these local lighthouses, had we not stepped up and taken them on, these landmark beacons very likely might have been sold to the highest bidder and off limits to the public forever. And you all understand how Long Island Sound was formed with the glacier, and there are all these rocks and islands. Well, in fact, southeastern Connecticut has an amazing number of lighthouses. There's probably no other place in the world where you can take a tour like you can on Cross Sound Ferry, see 12 local lighthouses by boat, have lunch downtown.
Please.
Okay, and then visit inside these 3 different lighthouses. We received no operating support from the state until COVID. Yet, despite all the challenges related to COVID, that your financial boost and operating support allowed us to finally be able to focus a little bit more on our mission in an impactful way. We were able to do
wrap it up now. Your 3 minutes is up.
All right, well, thank you so much, and I appreciate speaking with you.
Thank you very much, Susan. We really appreciate it. Up next is Joseph Savage. Are you here? Joseph Savage. Up next is Cassandra Rowe.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cassandra Rowe. I am New Haven resident and former member of New Haven Works. I am here to testify in support of New Haven Works. I'd like to request the committee to consider increasing funding and support the New Haven Works jobs pipeline. Before I applied to New Haven Works, I worked multiple part-time jobs that did not pay well. I was trying to go to community college to become a drug and alcohol recovery counselor, but did not make enough money and was forced to take semesters off. I felt stuck. I heard about New Haven Works from my sister who had a friend that applied, and with support of family, I decided to apply myself. I was nervous at first and was never confident in interviews or in my writing. I was applying to what seemed like thousands of jobs, but was not hearing back from employers. After getting to know me, my job coach, she helped me slow down, work with me, focus, and found jobs that I would like and be good at. She sent me positions that I would not have considered and helped me broaden my aspirations. I received help with my resume, cover letter, and did interviews prep with her. I applied for the positions that she sent me and started getting responses back. We did multiple mock interviews until I felt prepared. I eventually got a full-time job at the New Haven Department of Public Health and recently received a promotion. Going to New Haven Works changed my life. For the first time, I felt like an adult. I now have health insurance. I'm in the process of buying my first home in New Haven, and I'm going to Southern Connecticut University to get my bachelor's in psychology. When I'm finished, I plan on going to get my master's in public health so I can further my career. I urge this committee to support New Haven Works and increase the funding for the jobs pipeline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Cassandra. Appreciate it. Up next is Sarah Fox. Is Sarah Fox here? Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sarah Fox. I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and I'm here today to provide general comments on House Bill 6659, the governor's budget. The Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness currently is in charge of Connecticut Can End Homelessness, and we believe we can, and we've been working closely with providers and our frontline staff across the state. And we are committed to rescuing the homeless response system and doing that with you. So today, what I'd like to talk to you about is what we're seeing on the ground. Our legislative ask, which is an ask for $50 million, is really truly to rescue the homeless response system. And while this number may seem daunting, what we're seeing across the state from 2019 to today is an increase in evictions. We're seeing more people come through 211 than ever before. We've had our first market increase in homelessness in over a decade, and it is happening in every community across the state. Our coordinated access networks, of which there are 7, are in place to help people all across the state and in every community. But our providers, our coordinated access networks, and the people doing this work are facing a critical moment. We need to ensure that our frontline providers are able to meet people in housing crisis and provide them with critical services to keep them housed and move them quickly into housing and out of shelter. We must have a strong staff. We must have strong organizations, and it's critical to meet the demand that we're seeing today. So our ask is for a 33% rate adjustment on top of our provider contracts to account for long-term underfunding and to meet the needs of what we're seeing in the community today. You heard from Stephanie about the challenges she's seeing at Hands on Hartford. You're going to hear from many other providers, but I just ask you to really be thoughtful about the ongoing committed funding that our homeless response system needs to meet the needs of people experiencing homelessness. We also are in the midst of winter. This hearing is not unlike any other that I've seen before. Today, people will be outside, and next year we have no cold weather funding in place to meet people during cold weather crisis. We need ongoing funding that is committed for our cold weather emergency response. We also need ongoing funding for our coordinated access networks so we can prevent people from becoming homeless and meet them and quickly move them into housing when they're experiencing literal homelessness. This is for not only our organizations, our staff, but for every community. And we will be a stronger state if we make these investments today.
Thank you. Have a nice night. Drive careful. Scotteska Miller, number 25. There you go.
Hello, greetings, Senator Olson, Resident Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Scotteska Miller. I live in New Haven, and I'm here to testify in support of additional funding for New Haven Works. I got involved in the campaign to increase access to good jobs for our residents because I saw the obstacles and needless suffering of my people. And I saw how the jobs crisis was wreaking havoc on the city. Then I ended up needing a job. I had been in college for 2 years, but was about to age off my dad's health care. I ended up getting a job at Walmart on my own. It was low paid. And then I went to a daycare, and then I finally got placed at IKEA, which is a little higher pay. But my job coach at New Haven Works, she really put her heart into helping me. She always stayed in touch with me and stuck with me throughout the process, not just to get a job, but to help me build up my resume and to move towards a career. In 2017, I was offered a position at Yale University, something that so many dream of to this day, yet too few can't access it, not on their own. And so for me, this made me feel like there was hope. There was hope in getting a job with benefits like healthcare and a pension. It really decreased my stress and the things that I was going through mentally. When I became pregnant with my first child, I knew I would be covered and that I wouldn't have to go into debt. And I want everyone around me to have a peace of mind. And I think that I needed that first. And New Haven Works created that opportunity for me. Even working part-time at this job, it's like working full-time at other jobs because of the pay rate. It keeps me sustained. It allows me to feed my kids. Someday I hope to utilize the home buyer program at Yale, in which I will. Certain neighborhoods of our city, they have been redlined and excluded from development and employment opportunities for many years. If we had more funding, more people like me would get into jobs, which would give the community hope, and they would be able to stay on a positive path moving forward. It would give the children some reason to strive and believe that things can be better and that doors won't all be closed on them. I want my kids to have the same opportunity that I had if they need it when time comes. I want them to feel that if they do right, doors will open for them. So many young people now, they don't feel that way. They're hopelessness. They don't know what to do, especially in our city and in our state. They may not even know how to navigate the system because the system, sometimes it doesn't work out for people who look like me. But because we have a place like New Haven Works that will give you training, they'll connect you into an actual job. They'll advocate for you until they help you reach your full potential. And that's what was done for me. It was done in a complete one-on-one personal way in which people need help like that these days. And also the partnerships on the employer side of things, it was really crucial for me. Hiring commitments from the employers, it ensured jobs, and it made sure that we would get into those jobs because there was a commitment that stayed right there and steadfast for New Haven residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next is Scott Marks. Jeffrey Brown,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to thank you and the other members of the committee for providing the opportunity to make comments on the state budget and funding, particularly for arts, culture, and tourism. As the Chief Executive Officer of the Wadsworth Atheneum Museum of Art, I want to thank the committee for their historic support for the arts throughout the years, as well as for culture and tourism. I'm here to speak in support of expanding state funding for arts and culture institutions across our entire state, such as the Wadsworth, located right here in Hartford. This committee's support and the executive branch's support, especially during the pandemic, was critical, not only to the Wadsworth, but also for the immense diversity of arts, cultural, and tourism attractions across Connecticut. Please continue and hopefully expand that support and commitment for the next 2 fiscal years. The impact of the pandemic on the greater arts community was great and long-term, and so were the needs for responsible, reliable, and sustainable levels of support. The arts, culture, and tourism communities have advanced a proposal that's designed to address historic underfunding from the past by recommending an increase to $58.5 million. The proposal's goals are to ensure funding at a level that more fully supports the arts and cultural organizations and is also reliable, equitable, and more holistic in its approach. With this plan and expanded funding, Connecticut's tourism industry will grow more fully complete with our surrounding states. The expanded funding will provide help immensely, including additional statewide marketing dollars and funding for workforce development. Very importantly, the plan also ensures the arts and cultural organizations that currently receive state funding, such as the Wadsworth, will both maintain their current allocations and participate in a responsible increase level of state funding. For the first time ever, last year, the committee included $200,000 in the budget for the Wadsworth, for which we are immensely grateful. This amount of funding has been incredibly beneficial in ensuring our museum remain a vibrant tourism destination for Connecticut residents and beyond. And we hope that this line item continues in the future. As one of the premier art and cultural institutions here in our state, the Wadsworth attracts normally more than 100,000 visitors annually, and that's certainly our pre-COVID number. 30% of these visitors come from out of state, positively enhancing our local economy. The Wadsworth also provides stable employment and robust benefits for over 110 employees with a payroll approaching $5 million. We've continued to educate K through 12 classes throughout the pandemic by doing virtual tours, and we're gradually transitioning back to in-person visits supported by free bus transportation for underserved communities. Finally, the museum consistently delivers critically acclaimed exhibits, drawing new audiences and generating positive press from around the world. The Wadsworth looks forward to working with members of this subcommittee on conservation and development and the entire Appropriations Committee and other members of the General Assembly to continue to support our state's arts and cultural entities. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Up next is Rob Kret, Connecticut Historical Society. Rob Kret, K-R-E-T.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robert Kret, the Executive Director and CEO of the Connecticut Historical Society. I'm here this evening to strongly encourage you to supplement and add to the governor's proposed budget to fully fund the arts, culture, and tourism to the levels that are proposed in HB 6321. The vision of the Connecticut Office of Tourism is to position our state as a world-class tourist destination that is vibrant, diverse, and inclusive. The arts and culture sector includes some of the state's most significant world-class organizations that are committed to creating meaningful and relevant experiences for our visitors that explore cultural diversity and strive to shape our identity. This is a brilliant match. The major challenge for both sectors is a lack of sustained, consistent funding, and up until now, the lack of an aligned strategic direction. The beauty of circumstances in Connecticut is that there is already an infrastructure of arts and cultural organizations in place. The problem is that not enough people know about these hidden gems, and we do not want to be hidden gems any longer. This initiative will create an environment where the rising tide will indeed lift all boats. At the CHS, recent funding from the Connecticut Humanities has enabled us to serve over 43,000 people in 2022, which is just under the pre-COVID numbers of 48,000. During 2022, we significantly expanded our cultural heritage arts program to take our organization into communities. Staff have been able to do outreach to 16 different cultural communities across 24 towns and cities in Connecticut this past year. We are meeting people where they are, and we listen to what they value about their culture and their history. We provide support and expertise in helping them document their stories and events that are meaningful to their lives, and we provide programmatic opportunities to share Connecticut's diversity with one another. As an example, we work closely with the Hmong community that has been in our state for over 40 years. The funding from Connecticut Humanities enabled us to do the needed outreach and follow-up and to connect with new generations of Hmong leaders. It also provides the infrastructure to digitize, catalog, and maintain a 25-year documentary record of the Hmong community events and cultural activities, and to make them available. I've had the good fortune to live and work in other parts of the country and have firsthand experience with the positive impact of cultural tourism. In Chattanooga, there were few tourists before significant investment in arts and culture in the 1990s and early 2000s. Today, tourism accounts for $1.5 billion in annual revenue in the Chattanooga area. In Santa Fe, the state museum system was created in 1917 with 4 museums. Arts markets and art galleries emerged, and today there are over 12 museums, the Santa Fe Opera, and more than 250 art galleries. Tourism accounts for 7.1 billion in revenue in New Mexico. What these examples have in common is years of meaningful, sustained, and thoughtful investments in cultural tourism. We can do it here in Connecticut, and with your help, we have a roadmap to help get us there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night, sir. Up next is Jim Pettinelli.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. Thank you for all of your past support. My name is Jim Pettinelli. I'm the Executive Director at Liberty Community Services, and we provide housing and homeless services across Greater New Haven. I stand proudly with my community partners across the state to advocate fiercely for the budget measure to rescue the homeless response system with $50 million. The largest portion of that ask is $37 million to strengthen homeless response organizations and support increased wages for our essential frontline homeless response staff. Our work is very challenging. We have been battling over the last 3 years, 3 significant issues. We're proud of our work, but it's hard. We're dealing with a housing crisis where we don't have enough deeply affordable housing or permanent supportive housing. We've been dealing with the COVID pandemic, which has created its own impact on our work. And we're also dealing day to day with what is currently peak numbers of substance use, poisoning, and overdose deaths across the country and impacting our state. Over these last many years, COVID-19 aimed a laser-focused spotlight on our housing and homeless services system, a shining light on the impactful work accomplished by our amazing, talented, resilient staff. Over the years, our system has seen remarkable collaboration and innovation, yet the necessary funding has been absent. It is imperative to get these focused, rescued funds in place. I thank you for your support. I thank you for your attention. And again, I thank you for everything you continue to do to support our work. Good evening.
Have a nice night. Up next is Gretchen Wright.
Hi, good evening, Co-Chair Austin, Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Gretchen Wright. I am the interim managing director at Westport Country Playhouse in Westport, Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to testify for increased line item funding for Connecticut's flagship producing theaters and for greater investment in all arts and culture across the state. Since 1931, the Westport Playhouse has grown from a test bed for some of Broadway's greatest playwrights and actors to one of the longest running theaters in America. We are among the 6 flagship theaters in the state, including Long Wharf, Hartford Stage, Eugene O'Neill Theater Center, Goodspeed Musicals, and Yale Repertory Theater. Together, we're a cornerstone of tourism and economic development. However, our impact has been drastically stunted by COVID-19. We were the first to close, and we have been the last to reopen. The Playhouse has lost over $3 million in our annual income, and single ticket sales are still down 55% from 2019. In our current fiscal year, we've cut operations by over 30% to accommodate for losses and uncertainties that lie ahead with audience behavior, donor fatigue, and rising expenses. We reduced our main stage programming from 5 plays to 3. We laid off staff in every department, and we've made hard budget choices to prevent complete closure. While the rest of the world moves forward, we are still struggling to find our runway out of the pandemic. Most pandemic-related funding programs, while incredibly helpful to our survival the last 3 years, have sunset. Relying on donors to fill the gaps is increasingly challenged by the pinch of inflation and the market's negative impact on personal finances. So we are in dire need of sustainable and reliable ongoing funding support. We are grateful for line item funding from the state. However, funding has declined since our first allocation. In 2013, that was $500,000, $83,000 per theater. And today it is $259,950, about $43,000 per theater. So I urge you to consider restoring the state's line item allocation to the flagship producing theaters to its original level of $500,000, an investment that will return sevenfold to the Connecticut economy. I also urge you to support all increased investments in arts, culture, and tourism to help our state thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Up next is David Byrd.
Good evening, Co-Chair Austin, Co-Chair Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am the Managing Director of Goodspeed Musicals, one of the nation's leading theaters dedicated exclusively to the creation of stage musicals. We produce in 2 Connecticut towns, at the Goodspeed Opera House in East Haddam and the Norma Terrace Theater in Chester. Goodspeed Musicals is among Connecticut's flagship producing theaters. With our colleagues, we boost the state's economy by providing theatrical productions that strengthen tourism and spending at local restaurants, hotels, and shops. And in fiscal 22, Goodspeed welcomed patrons from every Connecticut town, save one. As you have heard tonight, our sector was the first to close and the last to reopen during the pandemic. From 2020 to 2022, Goodspeed Musicals lost over $12 million in annual income. And although we are starting to see audiences slowly return, we are still very much in recovery and need sustainable support. Strengthening the state's financial support of the arts strengthens Connecticut's economy, as arts and culture means business. Our theaters contribute a substantial value to the quality of life in our communities, making Connecticut cities and towns attractive destinations to visit, work, live, and play. And for many of our towns, arts and culture have revitalized blighted downtowns and provided opportunity for underserved populations in rural settings. At a time when government at all levels are making tough budget choices, there is demonstrated proof that support for the arts does not come at the expense of economic development. Rather, the arts supports jobs, generates revenue, is the cornerstone of tourism and economic development. I often hear from other small businesses in my area what it means to have a thriving theater in our town. Our business supports others. I urge Governor Lamont to increase the state's line item allocation to Connecticut's flagship producing theaters, a sustaining investment that will return to our Connecticut economy. I also urge the legislature to consider special bridge funding as we work towards a new normal. We need a longer runway to stabilize, regrow audiences, and create new fiscal models. For Goodspeed Musicals, additional support will allow us to employ more artists, artisans, and theater makers of all stripes. We would host more pay what you can performances, sensory-friendly events, and workforce development programs. This bridge funding is needed to get back to an operating level that enables our success as an economic engine for the state. Arts and culture are fundamental factors in our state's success, and we hope that you will rise to meet this opportunity by fully funding our requests. Thank you so very much for your consideration and your time and for your service to our great state.
Have a nice night. Up next is John Lawler. Is John Lawler here? Sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening, chairs and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm here tonight in support of increasing state funding dedicated towards homelessness in the Department of Housing for the upcoming fiscal years. My name is John Lawler. I'm the Senior Director of Homeless Youth and Young Adult Services at The Connection, a statewide human service nonprofit agency that works with homeless people all across our state. The homeless response system in our state has been woefully underfunded for many, many years. And with recent rising costs, our system is at a critical juncture. Tonight, you'll hear from many other colleagues of mine throughout the homeless response system who will lay out some of the alarming data regarding trends in our homeless state, along with explaining how difficult it has become to operate these programs under the current conditions. You'll also hear testimonies from youth in my programs that will share their stories of experiences of what it's like being young and homeless in one of the wealthiest states in Connecticut, in the country. My particular area of specialty is working with homeless youth age 24 and under, some of our more vulnerable homeless folks. And I've been fortunate enough to be able to collaborate with various communities throughout our nation on this, particularly those communities that have struggled with seemingly unfathomable levels of homelessness, places like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and even just 2 hours south of us, New York City. These are communities where the moment you step out your door to do just about anything, the visual signs of rampant homelessness are clear and inescapable. And in my work with those communities, I always make a point to ask how. How did it possibly get to this point where you can't walk down a single street without seeing someone who's living without a home? And each of these communities consistently, each one credits one of the major factors that got them to that point, being that they failed to properly fund their homeless response systems and providers over the years before their homeless population exploded. Now, obviously, we're not California. We're not New York. In most of our communities, you won't have to walk around someone sleeping on the sidewalk in the middle of the day as you go about your business. But we are closer to that than you may realize. We've seen a substantial increase in homelessness in our state over the past years since the pandemic. And I'm willing to bet that this is something that you may have already noticed yourselves in your daily travels. Just a few years ago, depending on where the town you live in, there was, I don't know, one, maybe two intersections in town where you could see a homeless person asking for some spare change. But today, in those same towns, you're probably noticing something more like 4, 5, 6 intersections where you're seeing new homeless faces and people asking for help. These are warning signs. These are the early symptoms, the signs that we are trending dangerously in the direction of those communities that I mentioned earlier. The budget request is for an additional $50 million to be allocated to the Department of Housing's homeless line items. $50 million sounds a lot, but it's $50 million to avoid a crisis that will cost us hundreds of millions, if not a billion, to get out of if we ever slip into it. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming tonight. Up next is Michael Moran, Frank Tavera, Anthony McDonald, and David Fay. I think you're all speaking together. You got it, Michael, you got to unmute yourself.
That is correct, Senator. Thank you very much to yourself and to Representative Walker. We are a panel this evening, and Anthony McDonald is going to be our guest speaker this year.
Okay, go ahead, Anthony. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Co-Chair Austin, Co-Chair Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Anthony McDonald. I'm the Executive Director of the Schubert Theater, New Haven, Connecticut, and I am speaking on behalf of the 4 of the largest nonprofit performing arts centers in our state, the Bushnell in Hartford, Palace Theater in Waterbury, and the Palace Theater in Stamford. To get right into it, the proposed budget from the governor does not adequately fund the arts in the state of Connecticut, in particular our 4 organizations, especially as we try to reemerge from post-COVID. Therefore, we are requesting that a level of funding equal to or greater than the additional ARPA funding that was granted to us in the past 2 fiscal years be extended for at least 2 additional years. The deficits that we were faced with at the top of this season were as high as $1.7 million. This is a reality that we are facing amongst the other theaters in our state. In turn, these issues that are in front of us is due to patron hesitancy to return to live performances based on issues of consumer confidence, health and safety concerns, and simply just being out of the habit of going to the theater. Our overall percentage in drop of attendance is at 46%. That is a massive loss, and we're in trouble. Right now, without additional support, our communities are going to suffer. We will be forced to cancel educational programming and community programs as they are programs that don't generate revenue. The additional ARPA funds that we received over these past 2 years has been a lifeline to helping us stay afloat as we continue to do everything we can to remind our communities of the beauty of live entertainment. We know that ARPA funding was designed to help nonprofits like us who have been so severely impacted by the pandemic. Although we understood that the ARPA funding wasn't going to last forever, we never anticipated the extended impact that COVID would have on our venues and the industry as a whole. Even Broadway, which would normally have 30 plus of the 41 theaters open with Broadway productions, currently only has 20 theaters occupied. The additional funding also just doesn't benefit us, but also the greater economy. It is worthy to note that studies show that every dollar invested in the arts, that investment usually produces $3 of revenue back into our state. The restaurants benefit, the students in our communities, they benefit. The hotels, every part of our economy, when we can bring in shows and bring people back downtown in our urban communities, they all are benefited by us being able to provide the kind of content that makes our residents in our communities want to come out and be a part of what's going on in our downtown areas. Therefore, we again ask that you consider extending funding to organizations with a sum equal to or greater than the current designated support, plus the additional ARPA funding for the next 2 fiscal years, in hopes that by then we will benefit from a more stable and healthier environment. Pass it on to my colleagues just in case they want to say anything additional.
All set,
Yep.
gentlemen?
Just want to echo what Anthony said on behalf of all the 4 theaters and the 2 theaters you just heard to, Senator Austin. We are all kind of struggling in parallel to get ourselves back into a pre-COVID economy. So any additional support would be incredibly grateful and appreciated. So thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. All set, gentlemen?
Thank
Have a
you
nice
very
night.
much.
Thanks, guys. Have a nice night.
Right.
Thank you.
Home. Eric Bruchette.
Good evening, members. The United Way of Connecticut puts out a resource for people who are under the threat of or are currently experiencing homelessness. And the first thing they tell people to do is call 211. Half of the calls that come into 211 are from people who are in need of shelter. In Connecticut, 211 gets on average more than 82,000 calls every year, or almost 230 calls every single day. On both the national and state level, we've gotten pretty good at emergency interventions for homelessness, but we can't afford to wait until someone calls 211 with no place to go to get involved. We have to do more to prevent people from ending up in that situation. The Public and Affordable Housing Research Corporation estimates that Connecticut is at risk of losing north of 1,500 federally supported homes over the next 5 years from expiring rent restrictions, public housing disposition, property foreclosure, or early opt-outs. This means that an already unmet need stemming from demand that far outpaces supply is at risk of getting even tighter. By lowering rents, money can be freed up to meet other basic family needs like food, which is up 23.5% since 2019, transportation or medical care, up 22 and 12% respectively. We have to backstop these issues and prevent people from ending up on the streets much earlier than we are right now. 4 blocks away from where I'm sitting right now, one of our homeless brothers or sisters is sitting there right now out in the cold trying to figure out what they're going to do and where they're going to go when 8 inches of snow falls tonight and tomorrow. By adding an additional $72 million to lines 252 and 253 of Bill HB 6659, we can prevent so many families from having to deal with the impossible decision of whether to pay rent, turn on the heat, or eat. During the pandemic, the Connecticut Diaper Bank and others like it across the country saw a 67% increase in demand. And back in August, Hartford Hospital reported that 50% of their prenatal patients, pregnant women, were screened and determined to be food insecure. And as everybody knows, electric prices for supply in Connecticut have recently doubled. In fact, Operation Fuel just 2 days ago has had to pause the acceptance of new applicants because of historic and overwhelming demand. And we simply cannot afford to underfund something so critical like the rental assistance program. And on a final note, I ask that members of this committee or anybody sitting behind me or watching online who, like myself, will spend tomorrow snowed in inside of a warm, clean, safe home with their loved ones, to think of the many, many families who simply won't be able to enjoy such a privilege. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Drive safely. Up next is Jason Patlis. Floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, co-chairs Austin and Walker, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. We've submitted a joint testimony with Mystic Aquarium. Thank you for the opportunity for these verbal remarks. And I've got 2 points to make. The first is to thank you for, especially for this committee, for the generous support over many, many years. That support has been, through financial assistance, tremendously instrumental in the health of the Maritime Aquarium. And it's been especially true for the past 2 years, when we've needed all the help we could get in order to stay open during the worst of the pandemic and in order to rebound as well as we have as we come out of the pandemic. This past President's Day weekend was the best attendance over a 3-day period we have had since pre-pandemic levels. We've not seen the numbers we've had all year long, and in particular this past week. And we've been able to rebound as well as we have, thanks to the support of this committee and the General Assembly. And that leads to the second point that I'd like to make, and this is a request respectfully that you allow us to keep this momentum going by keeping the level funding of the past 2 years at $500,000 for both Mystic Aquarium and us for the tourism support and the marketing efforts that we have. Our joint written testimony goes into some of the numbers, 1.3 million visitors across the two institutions, the two largest economic drivers for the state. 55% of those 1.3 million visitors are from out of the state. So they're staying here overnight. They're coming to restaurants, going to shops. And those dollars go towards that. The dollars that we have spent have been here at the Maritime Aquarium, I could tell you, have immeasurably helped our marketing efforts. Our website traffic is up 77% from 2019 to 2022. Our email list, where a lot of people buy their tickets from out of state as well as in state, is up 75%. Our earned media has increased from 776 million impressions to 2.5 billion impressions over the last 3 years. All of those numbers, all of those metrics, the greater reach we have, the greater ability to get tourists in the door, come from the additional support that you have provided at the $500,000 level as opposed to what we had previously. And I can tell you that money is needed even more now. Just this morning, I walked around the aquarium. The fencing went up for the Walk Bridge project. The IMAX theater will come down in the next 2 weeks. And my team and I are thinking how we need to spend more marketing dollars over the next few years to make sure people know that South Norwalk is still viable for tourism and that the Maritime Aquarium is open for business to continue the wonderful momentum we have had over the last couple of years. Again, thanks to your generous support. So with that, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next is Scott Marks, number 26. Mr. Marks. There you go.
Yes,
sir.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, good. Hi, I'm Scott Marks. Greetings, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm here to advocate for more funding for New Haven Works. This program uniquely helps people in our neighborhoods of need get access to good jobs. No other program sticks around with people like New Haven Works and helps them navigate a system that has become so daunting and demoralizing. Too many Black people have lost faith because they have been seen of opportunities unavailable to them. So I don't think we can go back in time when you had to wait outside and just, it's times where I have went down to New Haven Works and I had to wait outside at 5 a.m. just to put in an application to hopefully get a job at Yale University or another large employer in my city. And it's really unfortunate for people like me and people of neighborhoods where I come from to not have this program. And I just really look forward for the people to this committee to help us in the community and just really think about what New Haven Works can do for the city of New Haven. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night. Up next is Heather Gates.
Good evening, Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Heather Gates and I'm President and CEO of Community Health Resources. We are one of Connecticut's largest and most comprehensive mental health and substance use treatment providers. In addition, we provide supportive housing, rapid rehousing, homeless outreach, foster care, and a range of other services to address social determinants of health. We employ over 900 individuals and serve over 25,000 children, families, and adults every year. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget. I'm here to request you increase funding for community nonprofits during the biennium by 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, the second year, and to index future increases to inflation so we do not return to the 10 years of inadequate funding and no increases. This funding is crucial in honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits, particularly given the high inflation we have now experienced over the last 2 years. Connecticut's homeless response system is in crisis and homelessness is on the rise. The system is overburdened and underfunded and facing a workforce crisis that threatens to leave people facing homelessness without access to services. When I meet with our staff to talk about the needs of those whom we serve, housing is always on the top of the list. CHR works with some of the most vulnerable individuals living in our communities, including those who are homeless. There's a need to invest significant resources into supportive housing for those who are at the highest risk of becoming homeless and are already homeless. The governor's budget does not, for the most part, invest at all in services for those who have the most substantial needs, either for our staff or for those who have needs for housing and other treatment services. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide my perspective on the budget. And again, please support funding for community nonprofits, 9% in FY24 and 7% in FY25, and indexing for future inflation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather. Up next is Teresa Ferraro.
Hi, thank you so much. Good evening. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Teresa Ferraro. I'm the Senior Vice President of Programs at the Connection, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening regarding the governor's proposed budget for the Department of Housing. The Connection operates the Eddy Shelter in Middletown, which provides emergency shelter for individuals who are homeless. The Eddy Shelter staff are frontline, essential workers who are often required to act as first responders. People seeking shelter services have experienced significant trauma and are often in a state of crisis when they arrive to our doors. Residual effects of COVID-19 have exacerbated the stressors for these individuals. Their needs have changed indefinitely, and providers must be able to respond accordingly. Skilled employees are needed to provide high-quality services, keep our communities safe, and work to reduce the number of homeless individuals living on the streets. The cost of running the Eddy Shelter relies on multiple funding sources. Due to the current funding shortages, the shelter is only able to operate at a single staff coverage on every shift, meaning that only one employee is available to respond to both general and emergency needs of 25 to 40 individuals each night. And we, like many providers, continue to experience the backlash of the opioid epidemic. Our staff use Narcan to save lives on a regular basis. And when something of this nature occurs, the situation changes from challenging to dire, as there's no second staff person there for backup or support. Our staff are largely mission-driven and carry out their responsibilities at great personal sacrifice, but additional state funding is needed to keep them safe and supported. The situation has become untenable and it must be remedied. We respectfully ask this committee for help to rescue the homeless response system. We're asking legislators to commit $37 million in funding to increase the line items of the Department of Housing and Homeless Services, the Department of Housing Homeless Youth line, and in Municipal Housing and Homeless Services line. Shelters need steady and reliable funding that will allow the system to hire additional direct care staff, increase our ability to provide safe and specialized care to very vulnerable populations who have significant behavioral health needs. These funds will also allow for housing-focused case management that will foster the transition of people from shelter services to permanent housing. Of utmost importance, additional funding will allow us to provide a livable, competitive wage for our frontline workers, those essential workers who care for some of the most needy residents of our state. We ask that you support $5 million annually to the DOH Housing and Homeless Services line for the Coordinated Access Network infrastructure, $5 million to the DOH Housing and Homeless Services line for the annual cold weather emergency response programs, and $2 million annually to the DOH Housing and Homeless Services line for a flexible funding subsidy pool to provide subsidized housing and flexible assistance, which have both shown to lower costs to the healthcare system and lead to improved individual health outcomes.
3 minutes is up.
Specifically, the connection is asking for an additional $150,000 annually to staff the Eddy shelter with 2 staff per shift. It's questionable how long we'll be able to maintain this program without that additional $150,000. The need is immediate, but the ask is small. I thank you so much for your help and the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Teresa. There's a phone number out there that we have not yet identified. The number is 203-940-1820. Can you identify yourself? Unmute yourself. *6. (203-940-1820). And you are?
Hello, I'm Deborah Meckie.
Deborah what?
Deborah Meckie.
Deborah Meckie.
Yes,
Hold on 1 minute. Did you hear that? What
I
number
can hear
will she
you.
be?
She's number
Sorry?
18.
Okay, Deborah,
Yes.
go ahead. The floor
I'm
is
Deborah
yours.
Meckie. Okay, thank you. I am Deborah Meckie, Executive Director and CEO of Greenwich Historical Society and a 27-year resident of Coscob, Connecticut. I thank the members of the Appropriations Committee for their work and dedication. I am here to provide public input on the governor's proposed FY24 budget for conservation and development agencies. In particular, I am here to voice my support for the arts, culture, and tourism roadmap that makes the compelling case why $58.5 million is required to ensure that the investment made in this sector over the past few years, a sector that represents more than 1,000 organizations, is not wasted. The governor proposes to go backwards to the 2019 pre-pandemic funding level, and perhaps that seems reasonable to some. But the 2019 funding level was historically low, less than 58% of the per capita investment in arts and culture compared to Massachusetts, and significantly lower than our neighbors in Rhode Island and New York. The Connecticut Arts Alliance, Connecticut Humanities, and Connecticut Tourism Coalition worked together on the arts, culture, and tourism funding roadmap and offer to open a reliable, equitable, and accountable investment in these important contributors to the state's economy and workforce. Please listen to them. Greenwich Historical Society is located on the Connecticut-New York border and serves over 12,000 residents and visitors annually, of which approximately 25% come from the tri-state metropolitan region, and 3,000 are children enrolled in our education programs. Our site features the National Historic Landmark Bush Holly House, site of the first art colony in Connecticut, and once a cradle of American Impressionism. Our organization employs 24 people, and our research, exhibitions, and public programs contribute to the state's economy and workforce. Through our tours and public programs, we support Connecticut tourism, especially those associated with the Connecticut Art Trail and the National Trust Historic Artists and Studios initiatives. By providing consistent funding, the Connecticut Cultural Fund and its operating support grants for the first time helped organizations like the Greenwich Historical Society enact long-range plans and attract additional contributions. These operating grants allowed us to maintain staff and programs and expand our menu of free and low-cost educational programs and community events. We were able to offer free programs to our area's Title I schools and to develop new programs in partnership with local community organizations to reach a broader, more diverse audience, particularly among Asian, South Asian, and Latino communities, which represent Greenwich's fastest growing populations according to the most recent census. A recent example made possible by our current Cultural Fund operating grant is called My Story, Our Future. It's a project of the Greenwich Historical Society in partnership with India Cultural Center and the Asian American Studies Institute of UConn to create oral histories and a student-curated exhibit and provide online resources to support the state's mandated K-12 Asian
Okay.
American, Pacific.
Deborah, you got to
Islander
wrap it
curriculum.
up. Your 3 minutes is up.
I sincerely thank the Appropriations Committee and urge you to restore funding at the $58.5 million level proposed by the roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Caitlin Rose.
Good evening, Senator Walker, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and the rest of you wonderful people on the Appropriations Committee. We appreciate you having us tonight. My name is Caitlin Rose. I'm the Executive Director of the Friendship Service Center. We're a multi-service nonprofit organization in Central Connecticut that provides a continuum of services to people at risk of and experiencing homelessness. I appreciate the opportunity to provide general comments about the governor's proposed budget and join my colleagues in championing House Bill number 6554, rescuing Connecticut's homelessness response system, which is not adequately addressed in the aforementioned budget. I submitted a written testimony regarding the larger $50 million ask, but I want to focus on the largest chunk of that, which is the $37 million to go towards addressing chronic underfunding of our homelessness response system, particularly around staffing. Our state's homelessness response system has been underfunded since its inception, and our employees are the ones paying the price. Not only do we not receive adequate funding for us to run our programs and have been seen in an increased demand for our services, we are no longer able to ignore the growing cost of living that threatens our economic stability of our workforce. This line item is critical to me, both as an employer and also because of my professional trajectory myself, being an employee who for a long time had to make huge sacrifices to be able to pursue my career, sacrifices that many people are not able to make due to lack of resources and sacrifices I don't want to have to ask my employees to make. Getting paid low wages that have not kept up with inflation to do high level work that requires training and requires higher level education in many cases is unacceptable, just given the quality of work that is expected for our funders. This work isn't an internship. It's not a hobby. It's not for the faint of heart. It's not something that can be volunteer based. There is no entry-level position in a well-functioning homelessness response system. The people that work for me and work across the state in these services are people that are building careers rooted in passion and compassion for the state's most vulnerable, and often come to this work because of lived experience themselves or because of the impact that they've seen in their own communities of housing instability and homelessness. Funding this line item ensures that nonprofit leaders can adequately compensate, merit, and develop staff, as well as attract new members into our workforce, which is exactly what this is. Human services is healthcare and needs to be funded as such. We received hero pay for our frontline workers in COVID because we were there on the scene, doing important work, keeping people housed and getting them connected to shelter as quickly as possible when we couldn't. And that is something that we do day in and day out, and our employees really deserve to be able to make a living wage. With homeless service providers not being able to be compensated accurately, they're not able to fully participate in the economy, which is a double loss for communities that have great high prevalence of homelessness in their areas. You not only have people experiencing homelessness unable to participate in the economy, but many times the employees in those regions aren't able to show up and spend the way that they would and invest the way they would when they're having to make hard choices between food, gas, clothing, and shelter.
Caitlin, can you wrap it up?
Yes, absolutely. We appreciate you considering the $50 million line item in House Bill 6554, rescuing the homelessness response system. And we appreciate your time and listening to us.
Thank you. Up next is Sylvia Mascarella. Sylvia. Up next is Ann Stabner. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Ann Stabner from Blue Slope Country Museum. I'm the Program and Education Director. We are in support of the bill of HB 6692, an act authorizing arts, culture, and tourism. Blue Slope Country Museum is located in Franklin in southeastern Connecticut. It's a nonprofit, small historical agricultural museum. Our mission is to preserve past agricultural practices and lifestyles for the benefit of multi-generations to positively impact future decisions in agriculture. We received a 2022 Connecticut Cultural Fund Operating Support Grant, which allowed us to hire a website contractor to totally revamp and revise our outdated museum website. And by having this revised website, we were then able to add additional features onto our website. And we received a SHARP grant, which is a Sustaining Humanities grant. And in that, By doing that, we were able to add a downstairs and upstairs museum tours in both English and Spanish. We hired a videographer and a Spanish translation. So in addition, this makes the museum accessible by viewing the upstairs on a computer and tablet to those who cannot get the upstairs. Also, the grant money was used to hire a photographer to take farm pictures of 3 easy readers: cows eat corn, hay, and 3 kinds of corn, translated into Spanish and English. These ebooks are also on the website for educators to use in their classrooms, along with the Spanish-English tours. And our statistics are, we just started this at the end of November, and we've already had 31 views of the books, 21 views of the video tour. So we are very happy about those numbers. The revised website is a valuable tool for the museum. And without this additional meaningful and equitable funding, Blue Slope Country Museum would not have been able to help the immigrants learn English, learn how their food is grown, and how to keep their heritage alive, as many have used the tools and implements in their countries of origin and are able to be seen in the museum. Thank you for your support of HB 6692. This will help in the arts and culture to have meaningful, reliable, and equitable funding. Blue Slope Country Museum will be able to further their mission, further diversity in their museum, and further educate people of where their food comes from. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ann. And tell your mother I said hi, please. She was right behind you a little bit ago.
I will.
Up next is Kimberly Hughes. Is Kimberly Hughes here? No. Michael Rell.
Thank you, Senator. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Ranking Members Berthel, Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Conservation and Development. Having been in the LOB earlier today, it's been a long day, and please, Senator, as you head home tonight after the hearing, drive carefully. I'm here on behalf of Connecticut's local farm wineries, CVWA, also known as Connecticut's Vineyard and Winery and Vineyard Association. Connecticut is fortunate to have a unique collection of 40+ vineyards and wineries statewide that offer many varieties of award-winning wines, beautiful scenery, and vibrant events. Connecticut's tourists gain access to Connecticut wineries from Stonington all the way to Litchfield. Our wineries also benefit tourists from outside of our state, from the New England region and beyond. On behalf of Connecticut's Vineyard and Winery Association, our member farm wineries, I am submitting testimony before you tonight to bring attention to this committee and the entire legislature on the impact the governor's proposed budget will have on Connecticut's tourism, in particular the budget cuts to arts, culture, and tourism reductions down to the pre-pandemic levels of 2019. These reductions will impact our state's farm wineries and their promotion to tourists who rely on help not only to sustain their farms, but also our state's economy. Please consider continuing the current support and commitment for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. The impacts of the pandemic on Connecticut's farm wineries were difficult to wrangle, and the continuing effects require the need for responsible, reliable, and sustainable levels of support. The CVWA respectfully requests this committee increase tourism funding to the Department of Economic and Community Development so that our state's farm wineries can continue to provide unique attractions tourists enjoy visiting, preserve ever-diminishing farmland, and continue to contribute to our state's economy. There is an alternative proposal before the Commerce Committee this session, House Bill 6692, that supports a proposal presented by the Connecticut Arts Alliance, Connecticut Humanities, and Connecticut's Tourism Coalition. This provides meaningful, reliable, and equitable investment in these important contributors to Connecticut's economy and the employees that sustain these. Promoting the state's tourist attractions has historically been underfunded by the state. And on behalf of the CVWA, I'm respectfully asking that you increase tourism funding to make Connecticut a more attractive place to visit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Have a nice night.
You too. Drive carefully.
I will. Up next is Kim Hughes. Kim.
Hi, thank you. Connection issues. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kim Hughes. I live in West Hartford, and I am also a parent volunteer who has logged close to 1,000 hours in my children's school cafeteria, in the gardens, and in the classroom, helping students to make the connection between what they see on their lunch tray and their community. Everything I have learned from these experiences is what brings me here today to request your full support for funding the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grant program with an appropriation of $1 million annually. My first volunteership took place in the cafeteria, which I soon discovered was the best place for learning. This was where I observed the inequities of our school food system, and I was very happy to offer testimony last week and past weeks to support no-cost school meals for all children in Connecticut. To repeat a common refrain, hungry kids can't learn. Wendell Berry said, eating is an agricultural act, which means our work is not done there. It doesn't end there. Children who have the opportunity to learn about the entire food system and see themselves in it are children who make healthier choices and have the opportunity to build healthier, more sustainable, and more just communities. The Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grant program has existed for a couple of years and has already had a very positive impact on schools in our state. And my children's school was among those recently selected. Thanks to this funding, students at every grade level at Charter Oak, a Title I school in West Hartford, will experience implementation of farm-to-school inquiry-based student-led curriculum, connections with local farmers and producers, taste tests of fresh local veggies and fruits, hands-on gardening experiences, opportunities to share cultural traditions around food, and so much more. Please make this investment in the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program that promotes valuable experiential learning for students to build healthier and more sustainable communities for all. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. Up next is Jack Rushin. Not here. Olivia Vicente. Not here. And Avery or Lenhart. And Avery, when you're all done, but Representative Porter, you'll be taking over. Okay, go ahead, Avery.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Avery Lenhart, and I am the Executive Director of the Wyndham Region No Freeze Project, an emergency shelter for adults experiencing homelessness in the Wyndham area. I live and work in Willimantic. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today in support of HB number 6659, an act concerning the state budget for the biennium ending June 30th, 2025. The state's homeless response system, also called the CAN system, is made up of an amazing network of organizations, some funded all or in part by the State Department of Housing, the State Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and some, such as the Wyndham No Freeze, are funded privately through the support of the community. Despite our many different core missions, we all work together as equal entities, providing outreach, emergency shelter, diversion, case management, navigation, housing location, and housing support services for those in the greatest need. We coordinate our services and strive to fill gaps in our system so that no person or family is without the resources they need to resolve their housing crisis. Our system works well. However, we cannot continue to provide these services without adequate funding. Just as every system in the state contributes to the homeless population, the homeless response system provides the safety net that keeps people from dying in the cold. We know that stable housing not only helps those in need live in safety and security, but that stable housing reduces additional costs on other systems, particularly the emergency response system, the healthcare system, and the judicial system. Studies have shown that permanent housing decreases emergency room visits by 61%, reduces healthcare costs by 59%, and that each person who is stably housed saves the judicial system $8,000 a year. In addition to the line item funding of $50 million and the one-time funding increase of 37 million to support the DOH Homeless Services line, the DOH Homeless Youth line, and the Municipal Housing Homeless Services line. I am urging you to support the following line items necessary to keep our system working effectively to help save lives. $5.95 million annually to support the coordinated access network infrastructure to ensure that the indispensable emergency services we provide are available to all. $5 million annually for the annual cold weather emergency response program. $2 million annually for a flexible funding subsidy pool to subsidize housing and provide flexible assistance, which have been shown to lower costs in the healthcare system and lead to improved individual health outcomes. Currently, our cold weather shelters are full and the demand for beds is very high. Our shelter wait lists are long, and due to the lack of affordable housing, people are staying in shelters longer, even those who are working but are unable to land housing that they can afford. Flexible funding helps pay for diversion from shelter, transportation, application fees, fees required for vital documentation, security deposits, utilities.
Avery, can you wrap it up because
Yep, I'm on the last line. Utilities arrearages, vehicle repairs, and other items that are directly related to housing. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. I urge you to support this funding that will serve to improve the lives of many people in Connecticut.
Thank you for your testimony, Avery. Up next, we have Christopher Anderson, Heritage Hotel Golf Spa and Conference Center.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen that are attending. I am here to speak like most of my colleagues in the hospitality and arts and cultural sector. I've learned one thing tonight is that when you come for our money, we come for you. So House Bill 6559 is underfunded. And if you go to any travel show, you will see that most people think Connecticut is a joke because of this. We have ample opportunity to steal market share from New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and the states that surround us. And tourism is a great way to fund some of the many things that I've been listening to tonight. Since I've moved here, I've learned that Connecticut has a lack of industry and many more businesses are moving out. The great way to solve the deficit and the lack of tax dollars is through increased tourism. So it doesn't make sense to not spend the money wisely in tourism, which brings folks into any state. Not only does it sell rooms in my hotel, but every hotel around here, and it supports local restaurants. They go to see shows and everything else, arts and cultural. So I would implore you to spend more in tourism. You will get the money back, and the schools and hospitals will also reap the benefits as well from the increased spending. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Christopher. Up next, we have Judy Slaughter.
Good evening, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Judy Slaughter. I am a New Haven resident and member of the New Haven Works. I am here to testify in support of New Haven Works with respect to HB 6659. I would like to request that the committee consider increasing funding to support the New Haven Works program. Before I enrolled in New Haven Works, I felt stuck. I had been in the health field for years. I was working 2 jobs and wanted to move up and make more money in my field. It was about 11 years since my last job interview. I became a member in October of 2022. I heard about it through a friend who directed me to the program because it helped me to get a job. It helped her to get a job at Yale University. I followed the process and registered, and then I started meeting my job coach. She helped me with my resume, helped me prepare my interviews, and guided me through the whole application process. She often shared job postings with me that matched my qualifications and goals. She kept up with her meetings with me. In December of 2022, I was invited to interview with the Cornell Scott Hillel Center. During the interview, I remembered the questions that my job coach prepared me to answer. They asked me many of the questions she prepared for me. I know that prepping with my job coach helped me get the job. I secured a patient register insurance clerk position at Cornell Scott Hillel Center this month. I was so excited when I heard that I was offered a position. Last week was my first week on the job. I will be working Monday through Friday during the day shift and making more money, $5 more per hour. I feel good about being in a position that will lead me to retirement. I want this company to be my last stop in my career. I tend to stay at my job for many years. I worked with New Haven Works for about 5 months, and now I have this great job. I think the state needs to keep this funding available for people that are getting back on their feet and need the support. I wish New Haven Works would just serve more clients the way they helped me. This program has helped me to move up, and I see a better future ahead of me. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Thank you as well.
Thank you, Judy. Up next, we have Milda McLean. I'm sorry, Susan.
Yes.
Susan, did you want me to proceed?
I wanted to, because we're getting feedback. Sure. No.
Susan, you're not muted.
Well,
that would be the problem. Thank you, Taylor. Madam Chair, little housekeeping. We have been trying to promote Sonia Jelks and Steve Siegel, and they're not accepting the promotion, and therefore they can't speak if they don't accept the promotion. So if they would please, we'd appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Up next, we have Milda McLean with Music Haven. You have the floor.
Thank you, Robin Porter. We appreciate you. Dear Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the honorable committee members. My name is Milda Torres McLean, and I am the Executive Director of Music Haven, a youth development and arts organization serving nearly 100 students in New Haven. I come before you on behalf of all of our students, families, staff, board, and supporters regarding bill number 6659. Music Haven provides tuition-free after-school music education. Our free program includes instruments, one-on-one lessons, group classes, performance opportunities, and long-term mentoring. It creates a musical home for students underrepresented in the world of classical music and who are unable to access high-quality music education. We also provide wraparound services, including academic tutoring, mental health supports, and physical activities to meet the diverse needs of our students. Complementing Music Haven's educational programming is our resident ensemble, the Haven String Quartet. They, along with our students, played 35 concerts throughout Greater New Haven last year. They bring classical music outside the walls of Music Haven and into the community at libraries, art galleries, neighborhood festivals, and public parks. Central to our mission is expanding the concept of an audience for classical music, creating a pipeline of new talent, and defining an inclusive vision for who gets to participate and experience chamber music. From audience members that travel from shoreline towns to residents from across New Haven neighborhoods, Music Haven builds community through music. Every year for the last 3 years, we've been added to the DECD budget at the recommendation of the Appropriations Committee, and then included in the final budget as passed. However, Music Haven has then been removed from the governor's proposed budget each subsequent round, which means we've had to launch an advocacy process to restore our funding. We have repeatedly had nearly 100 individuals either send in testimony, make the trip to Hartford, or appear over Zoom to testify in support of our inclusion in the budget. While grateful for the support of our students, community advocates, and representatives, this sustained advocacy draws time and resources away from our mission and educational program, and it is a burden that is not imposed on the larger arts organizations that are included year after year in the governor's proposed budget. Music Haven is one of the very few educational organizations that receive direct local funds to offer 100% free programming to our students. Yet despite the Connecticut Office of the Arts stated commitment to equity and inclusion, including investment in opportunities for artists, students, and audiences of color, and expanding programs and services that create a pipeline to professional careers in the arts.
That is your timer. If you could please wrap up, Milda. Thank
Sure.
you.
Music Haven, a nationally recognized music program that exemplifies this commitment, is routinely cut from the budget at the outset of each budget cycle. I want to ensure your support in maintaining Music Haven's funding in the coming budget. Our students are counting on you. Thank you for your time, commitment, and attention to this very important matter. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
You're welcome, Milda. Thank you for your testimony and for the awesome job you all do at Music Haven. Up next, we have Carol Martin with Fairfield and Westport. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I did submit written testimony, so I certainly won't read through it, but I want to thank the representatives and the senators for all the hard work you do, and appropriations is a very tough decision. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of homeless and homeless youth. This state is in an affordable housing crisis. I have the pleasure of serving both the Westport and Fairfield housing authorities. Fairfield County, as you know, is a fairly wealthy county in the state. I have never, in the 20 plus years that I've been executive director of housing authorities, have ever seen this type of homeless crisis facing our families and our children in the state. I can only urge you folks to please fund appropriately the coordinated access network and the other services that the homeless system needs to operate. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
Thank you. You did an excellent job. Have a great evening. Up next, we have Sonia Jelks, Majority Leader, City Council from Meriden.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay, let me move my. Sure, thank you. Thank you so much, and greetings and good evening to the distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee, and of course, my favorite, Representative Porter. My name is Sonia Jelks, and I'm the Majority Leader of the Meriden City Council. I also serve as the Connecticut State Director for the National Nonprofit Corporation for Supportive Housing. And this is a nonprofit that seeks to provide housing solutions that serve as a platform to improve the lives of all Connecticut people, while we're maximizing public resources and hopefully building healthy communities. I sincerely want to thank you for an opportunity to express my support for the following proposed budget items. Please consider fully funding the homeless response system, which has never fully met the housing demand for services. I also ask that you increase the rental assistance program, which provides subsidies to make stable housing affordable for some of our poorest residents, including our seniors, and many of our kids leaving the foster system, as well as those who may be reentering from our prison system. And finally, and just as important, I encourage you as a state, we really need to be actively investing in affordable housing and creating new supportive housing units through the development that includes operating subsidies and housing support services that help to keep our most vulnerable Connecticut citizens permanently housed and to keep them off the streets. What will it take to solve homelessness in Connecticut? We obviously know that we're all grappling with a housing challenge. Supportive housing is one of the ways that's been proven to help individuals and families facing barriers to housing. And we significantly encouraged reduction in the need for emergency and crisis services. We really want to make sure that, unfortunately, many of our homeless and housing systems haven't been sufficient for the growing number of residents that are finding themselves homeless. These faces are not only the faces of the chronic homeless that many of us think of. In my lens as a city councilor, I've received more housing calls in this past year than I did in all 7 years of my term as a councilor. The need is so great, and I encourage robust funding and the adoption of large-scale solutions in the public interest. They should be short and long-term plans to address our short and long-term housing and homeless crisis. Currently in the governor's budget, he does not provide recommendations for some of the housing that I'm asking for. And I will make sure in my written notes that I send over the suggestions that we look for as we work directly with DEMAS and with the Department of Labor. So you'll hear more about our ask. But we really ask that these areas where the government is failed to address the main issues that are truly impacting our communities, that we really ask that you look at these line items and ensure that funding is secured. I just want to quickly share a story that this past weekend I received
Quickly,
support.
because your time is up, so let's make it quick. Thank you.
I just want to share that we had a senior that was living in a backyard shed. She'd been living there for over 3 months. She has a project-based voucher, but it's not enough. Unfortunately, she was declared out of income for only making $17,000 a year, which put her over income for $1,000. This weekend, we had to put her in housing at a hotel just to make sure that by tomorrow, she is not on the streets during this snowstorm. So I thank you for the time that you allowed us to testify. Again, I will make sure that I put more information in my written testimony that I'll submit shortly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and your testimony. Up next, we have Steve Siegel, Garden Arts Center. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Steve Siegel, the Executive Director for the past 35 years of the Garden Arts Center in downtown New London. Senator Austin and Representative Walker and members of the committee. I must say I hope to be there in person, but my wife stole my car keys, so I'm stuck here on Zoom. I want to let you know that the Guard was honored to be the #1 historic theater in the United States at a special ceremony in Cleveland. And so my question is, why can't Connecticut be the #1 state for arts, culture, and tourism in the nation? I believe we're at a tipping point where we're looking at a life that we cannot go back to, either looking at a pre-pandemic budget or pretending somehow that, now is the time to cut back. I think our lives are irrevocably changed. And the challenge in front of us is rebuilding civil society. And I believe that sources in the cities that fuel the character and quality of our state. And speaking on behalf of all the 6 major urban performing arts centers, I want to suggest, and not just for us, but for all arts and culture, that our interest is not merely getting people inside our walls. It's affecting what happens outside our walls. And that our job now and our mission and our passion is to somehow reconnect a society that is still to a large extent afraid of gathering inside spaces and has learned that it is easier to ignore and to resist and disagree than actually sit next to each other. Behind me is a picture of the Guard in 1926. And I can tell you that our seats are still way unfulfilled at the moment. And I see that as a challenge moving ahead. And I'd like to see those seats filled. And I'd like to see people from all backgrounds come into our theaters and reconnect here in New London. We're a partner with the City of New London. We're rebuilding our waterfront. We have offshore wind. We're bringing in hundreds of people to work for Electric Boat and Pfizer. The Guard is much more than an arts center. It is really a partner. It is the heartbeat in many ways of the city that defines our region. As we approach our 100th anniversary, 2026, I hope that the Appropriations Committee and the General Assembly will continue the leadership that they've shown in years past for the arts, but really, really make a significant difference in supporting the $58 million at least dollars for the arts, and just taking a leadership role and ensuring that all of us can provide Connecticut what it needs.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel. We appreciate your testimony. Up next, we have Tina Prakash. And I hope I didn't butcher your last name.
Not too badly at all. Yeah, it's just Prakash, but you were very close, Representative.
Prakash.
Yep. I like to say like Oshkosh Bagosh. So yes, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. I thank you for Representative Porter for taking over the reins. And I want to also thank co-chairs Austin and Walker, the ranking members, Senator Needleman, who's my personal state senator, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee for allowing me to speak tonight. I am here on behalf of the Connecticut Arts Alliance, on which I serve as the board secretary. And I'm here today in opposition to HB 6659, because specifically as secretary of the board of directors of this Arts Alliance, I know how much arts, culture, and tourism are an essential part of our state's economy and workforce. And I don't think that's a connection that is foremost in people's minds as much as it should be. There are a lot of dollar numbers that I could throw at you about how money that's spent on tourism and arts and culture is valuable to the economy, how it provides jobs and so on. But the reason I'm opposing the governor's budget specifically is that it doesn't include funding that is outlined in the roadmap, the funding roadmap for arts, culture, and tourism as outlined in House Bill 6692, which is currently in the Commerce Committee. And the governor's budget instead would return funding for these industries to pre-pandemic levels. And I just don't feel like we can go backwards. I'm going to try and veer off of my testimony that's written here and give you a little bit more of a personal explanation about it. I wasn't involved in the Arts Alliance until after the pandemic in any sort of meaningful way. I used to work at the state legislature and the Capitol building. So I was introduced to them several years ago when, you know, they had one of those lobbying tables on a session day, and I signed up for their mailing list. The pandemic came along, and arts became a much more integral part of my life than they had been for a while. When I was growing up, I sang in choir and a madrigals group. I played the clarinet. I played the piano. I played the trombone. For those of you who've seen me visually, you can imagine I'm 5'1" and I weigh just over 100 pounds. I can barely stretch out to reach the 6th position on the trombone, but I did it. I thought at one point that I'd be a music teacher or a composer, but life took me in a different direction. When the pandemic hit, I think for me, like many of us, the arts and culture became even more important in my life than they had been as a patron of the arts until at that point. You know, studies show that society in general, and I certainly fall into this category, has suffered from a general increase in anxiety because of the
Prakash, your time is ended. So if you could please wrap up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I will. Anyway, so they reached out and recruited board members. I stepped up and volunteered. And so here I am in front of you today on behalf of the Connecticut Arts Alliance, thanking you for listening to my testimony. Even though I oppose the bill, I look forward to trying to work with the members of the committee as the session progresses to ensure that the state adopts a budget that adequately funds arts, culture, and tourism. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Ms. Prakash, for your testimony. Up next, we have Carly Welsh with Levitt Pavilion. Lewitt Pavilion.
Hello, am I unmuted?
You are. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Carly Welsh, Director of Development and producer at the Levitt Pavilion for the Performing Arts in Westport, Connecticut. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. We are an independent and unique not-for-profit. The Levitt Pavilion produces one of the largest and longest running outdoor performing arts series in the nation, which from May through October includes 50 or more shows presented free of charge, alongside a series of paid ticket, special events, mini festivals, and more. We strongly oppose the return to 2019 levels of funding for arts, culture, and tourism. Rather, we strongly support the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Funding Roadmap as developed by the Connecticut Arts Alliance, Connecticut Humanities, and the Connecticut Tourism Collective. When you invest in the arts, culture, and tourism in Connecticut, the state realizes both immediate returns within the same fiscal year and long-term benefits. These measurable economic impacts and measurable societal impacts make Connecticut a better place for its existing residents, including children and businesses, while attracting new residents and new business. Your investment directly impacts our ability to support and compensate the artists we present. Let me say the obvious. Without the artists, our arts world stops turning, our arts work stops cold, and artists deserve to be paid. I'm going to cite some data from the most recent Americans for the Arts and Economic Prosperity Report. Nonprofit arts and culture organizations are businesses. We employ people locally. We purchase goods and services from within the community. We're members of our chambers of commerce, and we attract tourists to our regions. We are specifically and consistently cited as reasons people move to our state and respective towns and cities. In addition to the business we give to local businesses and vendors, we drive significant commerce to local businesses. The arts, unlike most industries, leverage significant amounts of event-related spending by their audiences. In 2017, there's a new prosperity report underway right now, but in this one cites 2017, arts attendees spent $31.47 per person per event, beyond the cost of admission, on items such as meals, parking, and lodging, vital income for local businesses. Arts travelers are ideal tourists. They stay longer, spend an average of $48 per person per event, and 69% say that they traveled specifically to attend the activity. Specific to the Levitt Pavilion, in 2019, we presented 50 shows free of charge and
Ms.
4
Welch?
paid ticket events. Yes.
Could you please wrap up?
I'm going to wrap up right now.
Thank
In
you.
2022, we presented 66 free shows and 10 paid ticket events. And this is in no small part into the investment and funding that we received. I'm going to quote Dolly Parton. Some people say that less is more, but I think more is more. Funding as meaningful as this should not be a Band-Aid, nor should it be ripped off like a Band-Aid. Not only have we not healed yet, it will hurt us. Please regard this funding not as a bridge to get us from one side of the pandemic to the other, but as integral to the arts sector as a core economic engine in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great evening. Up next,
You
we have,
too.
thank you. Up next, we have Eric Hammerlin, Executive Director of Connecticut Forest and Park. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Eric Hammerling, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Forest and Park Association. We support several aspects of the governor's budget for DEEP, such as dedicating ARPA funds to support urban forestry and to utilizing all-terrain wheelchairs to increase access to the outdoors for people with mobility challenges. I'll focus the balance of my time, though, on the urgent need for additional field staff to operate and maintain Connecticut's state parks. As you may know, people have been flocking to Connecticut state parks in record numbers. 17.4 million people visited state parks at last count, the highest attendance ever recorded by DEEP. Record high attendance is great, but it comes at a significant cost for state park workers who operate and maintain these special places. During the pandemic, our state parks never closed, and state park workers were on the front lines because their jobs cannot be done remotely from a desk. Park maintainers keep restrooms sanitized, mow lawns and landscape, control traffic and parking, repair fencing, gates, windows, and other park structures damaged by vandals or storms. They welcome campers to campgrounds, handle various maintenance and cleanup tasks, and deal with most on-site enforcement issues. But these essential workers are increasingly put in unsafe situations by having too few people and being stretched too thin. In addition to the operations supervisor position in the governor's budget, we asked the committee to add 15 park maintainers. No park management unit should have only one park maintainer. The average size of a park management unit is more than 10,000 acres. There are many heavy tasks that require 2 or more people, and reliance on one maintainer makes deep vulnerable to have no maintenance done across thousands of acres if that single maintainer is sick, injured, or otherwise unable to work. There are 7 park management units, such as Sleeping Giant, with only one maintainer. There are also several park management units with 2 maintainers, such as Rocky Neck, Patchogue, Penwood, or Sherwood Island, that should have 3 or more based on high visitation and a large area to cover. And Hammonasset Beach State Park, Connecticut's most visited outdoor attraction, has 4 maintainers and once had 11. The state park system has lost 41 full-time field positions over the past 20 years and more than 120 positions over the past 40. Adding 15 maintainers can help our state parks stabilize and retrench rather than continue to degrade at the very time people are visiting more than ever. Thank you. I'd be glad to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for summing up in less than 3 minutes. No questions, so have a great evening.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Amanda Gordon with Community Housing.
Hello, good evening, Senator Austin. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please
Great,
proceed.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Hartley, Representative Gibson, and Representative Porter, and other distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today regarding HB number 6659, an act concerning the state budget for the biennium. My name is Amanda Gordon, and I'm a resident of Bolton. I work as the Director of Quality Assurance at Community Housing Advocates, where we serve households experiencing housing crises and those with substance use and mental health disorders in the greater Hartford and greater Middletown areas. I've been working in this field in Connecticut for the last 12 years. We are grateful for Connecticut's past investments in housing and homelessness, but it's just not enough. Funding has gone to support the people we serve, but rates of homelessness are climbing, up 39% since 2020. Calls to 211 are up more than 50% in 1 year alone, and the numbers of people touching the front end of our system has increased by 82%. Rents are increasing, inflation and wage competition has been detrimental to our ability to recruit and retain staff and has increased our overhead costs. We are finally facing the precipice of decades of underinvestment in our homeless response system. I'm here today as part of the We Can End Homelessness efforts to advocate for an additional $50 million to rescue our homeless response system, just over $42 million of which is in the Department of Housing budget, as I've included in my written testimony. Additionally, we're asking that future funds to support nonprofits working to end homelessness be indexed to inflation so that we don't find ourselves once again in this state of underfunding. This funding will increase our ability to recruit and retain dedicated staff and keep our doors open. It will allow us a reliable source of funding so that we're not scrambling each and every winter to piece together our safety net, which keeps people off the streets during these dangerously cold months. It will ensure that the statewide and regional coordinated system that we've built over the last 7 years is sustainable. And in addition, it will ensure that we can flexibly and creatively respond to the unique needs of households in housing crisis when they need us the most. Also critical to the work that we do is ensuring that housing is affordable for all Connecticut residents. Many of our neighbors on fixed incomes with disabilities, in low-wage jobs, and those supporting families cannot afford market rate housing. The governor's current budget flat funds the rental assistance program. Please do not be fooled. Flat funding a rental assistance program is effectively a cut to the program. The program will not be able to continue to support the same number of residents at the increased rents that we continue to see year after year. In support of Home Connecticut, I'm asking that the committee invest an additional $72 million in FY24 and 25 for the housing and homelessness services line item to expand this program so that we can continue to serve those who are currently in the program, as well as help the additional numbers of people in Connecticut who are falling into homelessness and housing instability. I thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening, and it's with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system, continue our forward progress, and make sure that Connecticut's residents have a safe place to call home. I would be open to any questions you may have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. No questions this evening, Amanda. Up next, we have Michelle Condorino. Executive Director for Open Doors.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, you have Denise Savigny is here.
Oh, thank you. I did not see her scanned. I missed her. Thank you, Senator Austin. Up next, Denise Savigny, Connecticut Association of Conservation Districts. She's in person. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and committee members for the opportunity to speak in support of the 24-25 biennial budget. I'm Denise Savigny, President of the Connecticut Association of Conservation Districts. Connecticut's 5 conservation districts provide technical assistance and outreach and education to farmers, municipalities, and other landowners on soil and water conservation programs, ranging from soil health to drinking water supply. I have submitted written testimony that focuses on 2 key issues that I want to speak to you today about: climate smart ag and forestry and state water planning. Basically, our local food and water supplies. First, thank you for the bold action that you took last year funding climate smart ag and forestry. These funds leverage federal dollars, match USDA dollars directly to farmers, and also provide funding for things not funded by USDA, such as community gardens and equipment farmers need to do climate smart agriculture. Prior to this funding, farmers only had access to funding from USDA, and unlike neighboring states, didn't have other options. Right now, the need is great. This can't be a one and done. Our farmers need support year round if we want to encourage a local food supply. So I encourage you to continue to fund climate smart ag practices for our farmers. There's a huge need in particular with ag waste. The challenges for our dairy farmers with managing waste is increasing. Post-pandemic prices have escalated, increasing the cost of ag waste programs and structures 2 times to 3 times more than they cost prior to the pandemic. And sometimes the range is $1 to $2 million per dairy farmer. This is just something that they can't afford. If we want to have a local food supply, local dairy, we need to be able to fund this. The second item I want to talk about is funding for the state water plan. As the president of CACD, I represent CACD on the state water plan implementation work group, and we have just submitted an annual report, and I attached the link to that in my report that I sent in my testimony to you. It asks for 2 measures. One is a water planning chief, and one is funding to update the state water plan. These are critical requests that we really shouldn't ignore. I hope that you consider these, and I'm happy to talk about these if you have any additional questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, Michelle Condarino, it is your turn. Open Doors Executive Director, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm here in support of the funding request to rescue the homeless service system. I think there's been a lot of things said tonight that I don't feel like we really need to repeat, but I think there's some really key pieces that we need to be really mindful of. One, we do not have enough housing stock in Connecticut. We do not have enough housing stock of affordable housing. And both of those things are going to lead us into homelessness, a rise in homelessness. And we have to be able to support our system so that it can respond to the needs of this community and to the residents of this state. At the same time, we have staff who are experiencing homelessness themselves or are on the brink of that because of the underfunding of our system. This funding is not requesting additionals, right, and extra service. It's saying that it cannot sustain in the funding levels that it's currently receiving. And all we're asking is to be able to support this system so that we can support the state of Connecticut and all of its residents. Homeless services benefit everyone. They are not just for the people who directly receive the service, but they benefit the entire state and all of its residents. We do not want to become LA, San Francisco, Seattle, Austin, where people have mass encampments on the streets. That can happen to us if we do not act right now. So I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your support.
You're very welcome. We thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening. Up next, we have Cynthia Ryder, Managing Director at Hartford Stage. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Representative Porter, co-chairs Austin and Walker, and members of the committee. I am Cynthia Ryder. I'm the Managing Director at Hartford Stage, and also I live and work in downtown Hartford. I'm here to testify in opposition to House Bill 6659, which is the proposed budget that, as we've heard, significantly underfunds arts, culture, and tourism in our state. And instead, I want to encourage you and the administration to make deeper investments into arts and culture. I want to amplify that live theater was severely impacted by COVID, and like a majority of arts venues, we are still in a very tenuous position. At Hartford Stage in our current season, we have lost 55% of our subscribers, a loss of over $1.1 million in revenue in one season alone. It's going to take time for subscribers and other ticket buyers to feel comfortable returning regularly to the theater. As we rebound, so does the city of Hartford. 8 times a week, Hartford Stage is bringing performances and hundreds of people downtown daily and sometimes twice a day on the weekends. We're a vital part of an active and thriving downtown, just as all of Connecticut's live theaters do the same for their cities and neighborhoods. But in addition to our public performances, many school-aged children will have their first live theater experience at Hartford Stage. This spring, 1,500 students are going to see Shakespeare. Some of them, most of them probably for the first time. Next holiday season, 5,000 students are going to see A Christmas Carol. And this coming summer, hundreds of kids from ages 3 through 18, many of them on scholarships, will participate in theater day camps, learning to work together, discover their own talent and creativity, and have an opportunity to perform for family and friends. I was 6 years old the first time I was in a creative drama class. I played a cat. And I can tell you that this memory of memorizing my lines, of showing up for rehearsal, of making new friends is every bit as potent to me as all the things I have done as a professional arts manager. And it's not just me. I bring that up. There's all kinds of national research on arts education that shows, for example, students with high arts participation and low socioeconomic status have a 5 times lower dropout rate from high school than their peers. Low-income students who are highly engaged in the arts are twice as likely to graduate from college as their peers with no arts education. There are other states around the country that are recognizing how vital arts and culture are to their economies recovering, and that they need a helping hand right now to recover from COVID. In Massachusetts, over $60 million in ARPA money was made available for arts and culture. In Ohio, $50 million in ARPA funding for the arts. In Oregon, for example, the state I most recently worked in before moving to Connecticut, they've had 2 rounds of $50 million each for emergency relief, and they're currently considering another $50 million of bridge funding that's moving through their legislature now. So investment in the arts and culture in the state. We're asking to restore the flagship theater's line items, support the funding roadmap for arts, culture, and tourism, and make a special one-time critical bridge funding of $6 million for 6 of our anchor producing theaters. That's an investment in economic recovery, in thriving cities and downtowns, and in a better future for young people. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Chris McNaboe, Willimantic Public Art. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Porter, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm here today opposed to the governor's budget that removes funding for the arts. My name is Chris McNaboe. I serve as a volunteer on the boards for 2 small arts nonprofit organizations that have received funding from Connecticut Humanities during the past 2 years. This has enabled us to offer programs that would not exist without the funding. One of them, Storyline, engages third grade students in the storytelling process with a professional illustrator who excites them in thinking out of the box. The looks on their faces tell it all when they see what they can do and they realize how illustrations tell the story. The second one, and very near to my heart, is Willimantic Public Art. We've been able to turn around dark, abandoned places in our town and bring light, color, and beautiful artwork for all to see. It's inspired our town to improve some areas that had long been neglected. We have helped create 32 beautiful works of art with help from Connecticut Humanities grants in just 2 years. The governor's budget takes away gains we have made by having these small amounts of arts funding that we received from the Connecticut Humanities not included in this budget. Connecticut has reliable partners in the Connecticut Office of the Arts, Office of Tourism, and Connecticut Humanities that can ensure that state funds are managed responsibly and that the results and impact are well documented. Arts, culture, and tourism leaders and our constituent organizations stand together in support of this investment for our economy, our communities, and our residents. We need the state to invest as well. Please don't stop now. We're just getting started.
Thank you for your testimony. You have a great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Michelle McCabe, Executive Director with Connecticut Main Street Center. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Good evening, Representative Porter, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Michelle McCabe, and I am the Executive Director of Connecticut Main Street Center. Successful Main Streets need concentrated management, and most of our communities lack the resources and capacity to do it all on their own. Over our 25-year history, we have provided Main Streets and downtowns with advice, education, training, networking, and convening opportunities, technical assistance, and programming based on a proven 4-point framework for Main Street management that translates into economic vitality for rural, suburban, and urban communities alike. I thank you for your generous support in the past when you awarded Connecticut Main Street with ARPA funds in the amount of $350,000 per year for 2 years. With the sunset of those funds, we are asking for your continued investment, converting the $350,000 into a line item so that we may continue to support Connecticut's Main Streets in the face of continued challenges with recovery and exodus of downtown office workers and changes in consumer behavior. Since receiving ARPA funds, we were able to provide 18 recorded webinars for over 720 attendees from 125 towns and cities and garnering over 1,300 views on YouTube. We held 2 Spotlight on Main events highlighting Coventry and Middletown with Torrington on tap for spring, hosted an in-person training on fostering working relationships with property owners, conducted 60 field visits, and recruited 6 new communities. We partnered with DECD to promote the Small Business Boost Fund and forming cultural districts. We began development of 2 new programs, Main Street Accelerator, that will train young professionals in Main Street management, and Diversity on Main Street, a program centered on the concept of a curated Main Street, one that has a diverse range of complementary businesses, offers brick and mortar opportunities for minority, veteran, and women-owned businesses, and explores strategies for resilience and cross-marketing. Finally, and an accomplishment that will have long-lasting impact, we developed an 82 data point assessment tool based on the 4 points that will allow our downtowns to set goals and gauge progress and allow us to develop programming, measure impact, and fill gaps to help them on their journey. Your continued investment of $350,000 annually will allow us to sustain our ability to provide relevant content, assessments, and events, as well as return to a full calendar of in-person trainings, forums, and convenings, and support our more direct project-based engagement. I thank you again for your investment in our work through ARPA and for your consideration to continue that investment into the future.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Up next, we have Caitlin Kimball, farm owner, Sunset Farm. You have the floor.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Representative Porter, and to the distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Caitlin Kimball, and I am a farm owner in Naugatuck, Connecticut. My husband and I own Sunset Farm. We're an organic vegetable and flower farm in the Naugatuck Valley. I am also the Director of Agriculture at City Seed, a nonprofit organization focused on food access in New Haven. Tonight, I am here to speak in support of funding for the Department of Agriculture, specifically for permanent funding for the CT Grown for CT Kids grant program. Earlier this year, my farm was a recipient of a Connecticut Department of Agriculture CT Grown for CT Kids grant. We received funding to upgrade our wash station area so that we can process higher volumes of food in a safe and sanitary manner to sell to local school districts. These funds will allow us the equipment we need to increase our farm to school sales, thus creating a local food system within our town. We are grateful for this grant, and the doors will open for our business as we continue to grow and serve our community. I would like this program to continue to be funded so that other farms like mine can be equipped to serve local food districts and strengthen our local food sources. Through our work with the CT Grown for CT Kids program over the last 2 years, we've partnered with Naugatuck Public Schools and Bridgeport Public Schools to offer farm tours, educational programming, as well as sell vegetables to be prepared for school lunches. I've gone into numerous classrooms in our home district and helped students understand where the food on their plate comes from. I've helped young people plant seeds, compost food scraps, and discuss careers in agriculture. I've spoken with parents who were thrilled to learn that their child was eating a meal with produce grown less than 5 miles instead of hundreds or thousands of miles from their school. I've seen firsthand how the CT Grown for CT Kids program has had a positive impact on our young people and sparked interest in more advanced concepts such as conservation, self-sufficiency, and patience. At a time in our country when we see farming rates declining, it is critical that young people get this programming at school. Without funding for this program, school districts such as Naugatuck would not be able to partner with farms to engage our students in the importance of agriculture. I strongly urge you to permanently fund the CT Grown for CT Kids program so that we can continue to support local food chains. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your testimony. Have a great evening. Up next, I see we do have Claire Murray, who has joined us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Representative. Good evening. My name is Claire Murray. I'm the co-founder and executive director of CARDI, Connecticut's nonprofit art museum bus for young children, bridging inequities in education and arts access across our state. On behalf of CARDI and the more than 4,400 young children and entire communities we serve, not to mention tens of emerging high school student artists we support, I'd like to thank the committee for raising a bill that thinks of how arts, culture, and tourism can all work together for the good of our state and our communities. The governor's 2024 budget returns state funding for the arts, culture, and tourism to 2019 levels and renders said funding inadequate, even more inadequate now than it had been in 2019. Given the disparities that the pandemic made explicit and that organizations like ours seek to address head on. CARDI was founded in 2020, and it was because of the considerable investments the state made in the arts, culture, and tourism in fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 that we came to be and grow, emerging as a foundational fixture, bridging the landscape of arts and education. We've introduced the art museum environment and myriad art museum-based learning benefits to more than 4,400 young children and entire communities who otherwise would not have access to the arts and education. These children and communities have been welcomed and inspired by our one-of-a-kind art museum bus space, and together we plant the seeds of lifetimes of arts appreciation and expression and the development of critical and creative thinking dispositions so necessary to 21st century success. If we go back to pre-pandemic funding levels, the state will lose these considerable investments it's made in the arts and cultural and tourism. And there's some really serious disparities in our state, but they start with our youngest. And the arts, as our organization can attest, they play a tremendously transformational role in bridging inequities and enriching our state. The Arts, Culture, and Tourism Funding Roadmap offers leaders a meaningful, reliable, and equitable pathway forward. We don't want to lose the progress we've made. In fact, we want to go further. We at CARDI, we want to make sure all 109,000 pre-K through second grade students across our state have equitable access to really exciting, high quality, early experiences with museums and museum-based learning. So we've got to address the historical underfunding of the arts, culture, and tourism and ensure a level of funding that makes Connecticut a more enriched, vibrant place to grow up, work, and live, maximizing the return on the state's investments. We need to support pioneering projects like CARDI that not only bolster our own landscape of the arts and education and development, but also put Connecticut on the map as a model. Let us not forget that for every $1 Connecticut invested per capita in the arts and culture in 2020, Massachusetts and New York invested $1.60 and Rhode Island invested $2. We cannot go back to this. Organizations like ours that have received support from the CT Cultural Fund depend on this commitment to the arts, culture, and tourism. The governor's budget as is takes us backwards, not forwards. We ought to celebrate the potential of the funding roadmap to make considerable investments in the arts, culture, and tourism. From all of us pioneers in your backyard and with the voices of more than 4,400 young children, entire communities, and tens of emerging high school student artists with limited access to the arts and education, thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Murray. You have a great evening. Up next, we have George Long. You have the floor, sir.
George is unable to testify today, so I'm going to testify on his behalf. Greetings, Senator Elson.
Okay,
my name is
ask you to
Brianna.
State your name for the record.
Brianna Williams.
Thank you.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is George Long. I'm a New Haven resident and former member of New Haven Works. I'm here to testify in support of New Haven Works. I'd like to request that the committee consider increasing funding to support the New Haven Works jobs pipeline. After 8 years of being a truck driver, I couldn't do it anymore. I hardly spent time with my wife and family. My body hurt from the long hours and I needed a change. I got in contact with New Haven Works in 2021 amidst the pandemic. When I met with my job coach, we went over my job experience and looked at positions together. I'm a convicted felon, and many times when I would apply for a job, I would be rejected during the background check because of my past. I told my job coach about these challenges, and she coached me on how to speak about my past. She identified employers that could be more open to giving me a second chance. She helped with my applications, practiced interviewing skills, and more. I had never used Zoom, but she made sure that I knew what to do. Before the program, I didn't think I would get a good job, but I had confidence that things were going to happen because of her encouragement. In July of 2022, I got a job at the New Haven Department of Parks and Recreation. When I got the call, I cried a bit because I was not sure something like this could happen to me. Things have changed a lot since then. I now spend a lot of time with my grandkids. I get quality time with my wife. We do the simple things like watch basketball games, go to movies, or even roller skating. This job has changed my life. Everyone deserves a chance, and New Haven Works gave me that chance. I believe that without the program, I would still be on that truck. Now I get to be with my family, and I know I will be able to retire with a pension. Thank you.
Thank you for reading his testimony. Have a great evening. And up next, we have Joey Listro, Executive Director with New Britain Roots.
Yes. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joey Listro, and I'm the Executive Director for New Britain Roots, a nonprofit that supports K-12 farm-to-school programs in Greater New Britain. I also have the honor of serving as a member of the New Britain Board of Education. Today, I'm speaking on the proposed budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 concerning the Department of Agriculture. I respectfully ask for your support in funding the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grants program with an appropriation of $1 million. The grants program is working to support increased access to healthy local food for students in our most vulnerable communities. New Britain has been the recipient of 2 grants, with funds being used to support a new school garden at Smith Elementary School and a greenhouse for Lincoln Elementary School. These additions will help contribute to growing over 200 pounds of produce grown by and for New Britain students each year. The grants program provides meaningful educational experiences for students through STEM curriculum. In New Britain, grant funds will support 30 educators with hands-on professional development in using garden-based curriculum at their schools. Grant funds are also being used to hire a local beekeeper to install an observation honeybee hive to supplement children's learning on the importance of pollinators and demonstrate how honey is produced right inside their classroom. The grants program helps school districts and early childhood providers cultivate relationships with local farmers to purchase, promote, and serve Connecticut-grown food. New Britain schools have invested in serving food grown by local growers in partnership with Food Corps, and children regularly take field trips to local farms. The Department of Agriculture received 131 applications requested over 2 rounds of grants, with a total request of almost $2 million. The department was only able to award funds to 46 projects, making it one of the most competitive grant programs the agency offers. Of the awarded projects, 23 are in alliance districts and 9 are providers of school readiness programs. Over the 2 rounds of grant applications, the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program has been one of Department of Agriculture's most highly applied to programs. If funded, this grant opportunity will continue to further the farm to school landscape in the state and will provide needed capital for agriculture and nutrition-based K-12 and early child care projects. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Mary Claire Whelan, and at which time Representative Nuccio will be taken over to chair. You have the floor, madam.
Hi, Representative Porter, Representative Nuccio, and all of the esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mary Claire Whalen, and I'm a farmer at Massaro Community Farm in Woodbridge, Connecticut. We grow vegetables, and we have about 100 chickens for eggs. We have a 300-person CSA, and we sell to local restaurants and occasionally schools as well. I'm writing today on behalf of the new Connecticut Farmer Alliance, a network of over 550 farmers from all across the state, to comment on the budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 concerning Department of Agriculture. We at the New CT Farmer Alliance respectfully ask for your support in funding the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grant program with an appropriation of $1 million annually. Selling to schools is an exciting, if often very logistically challenging, business opportunity for Connecticut's farmers. We are passionate about growing food for our communities and thrilled to see more Connecticut produce on the plates of CT school kids. However, navigating the complicated requirements of selling to schools can be a burden on farmers, especially smaller farms with limited access to capital. If we want to see a thriving farm-to-school sector, we have to invest in building the capacities of both farmers and schools and childcare providers to make these relationships work. In the most recent round of funding, 8 Connecticut farms and 24 schools and childcare providers received the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grant for projects ranging from building better cool storage on the farm, which helps store produce until it's needed by schools, to running farm and food education programs in the classroom, like my colleague Joey just mentioned. These projects are low-cost, high-impact ways to make sure that farm-to-school efforts succeed. At the New CT Farmer Alliance, we believe that with continued investment in farm-to-school infrastructure and education, our state can be a leader in supplying our school kids with healthy, fresh, local food while giving a much-needed boost to the agricultural economy. I love pulling a carrot out of the ground, knowing that it's going to end up on the plate of a local student, and I take great pride in the work that I do to feed my community. Thank you for your consideration, and I sincerely hope you will support funding for this program.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Kylie Goslin. I believe she's in person.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Porter, and Representative Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kylie Goslin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Partnership for Strong Communities. We're a state housing policy and advocacy group. And the Partnership for Strong Communities and our coalition of housing partners at Home Connecticut respectfully request that the committee support an additional investment of $72 million in both fiscal years 24 and 25 to the DOH Housing and Homeless Services line to expand the General Rental Assistance program, or also known as RAP, and an additional $5 million to the DOH Housing Homeless Services line for additional housing navigation services to assist voucher recipients with finding homes. I'll note as well that we're supporting investments in the homeless crisis response system, which others have spoken on tonight, and you can see those comments in our written testimony. We're here tonight, though, primarily to talk about RAPs, and I've been working in the affordable housing, community development, and homelessness space at the federal, state, and local level for 20 years now. And I strongly believe that housing vouchers are still the best tool we have to help low-income households and prevent homelessness. Our state rental assistance program in particular is a very good one that avoids some of the challenges that you've heard about recently with the federal Section 8 program. In short, vouchers are versatile. They can attach to a household to support an affordable housing development as a finance tool, creating deeper income support than other finance programs might be able to. They flex with a family's income. They pay more of the rent when household income goes down, as it did during the pandemic, and pay less as a family earns more, allowing a household to take a new job, for example, without fear of losing their brick and mortar subsidized unit. They allow households to go anywhere in the state, closer to a higher paying job, transportation, family, or childcare options. This allows families to maximize their income. And in a recent longitudinal HUD study, known as the HUD Family Option Study, vouchers were best to and had the best long-term stability outcomes for families exiting the homeless crisis response system. But we've chronically underfunded both the Section 8 program at the federal level and RAPS. Unlike programs like SNAP, otherwise known as food stamps, and other benefit programs that are eligible to all families who qualify. In other words, if you're eligible, you get the support. Vouchers are only available to every 4 to 5 households that qualify for them. So it's very important to remember that RAP, like Section 8, is funded as an allocation pool, not individual vouchers. That means that over time, as rents increase, the same funding pool serves fewer and fewer families. So here in Connecticut, we have not increased that pool since at least 2014, and the wait list has been closed roughly as long. Still 3,400 families remain. If we do not increase our RAP allocation, especially as rents have increased just 20% just in the last couple of years, we're choosing to assist.
Kylie, I'm sorry, if you could please start to wrap up. Your 3 minutes are up.
Additionally, in this difficult market, it's become increasingly difficult for households who do reach the top of that wait list to find a suitable unit. You've heard about that tonight. Hence the request for additional $5 million over the 2 years to support housing navigation services, which assist low-income households in locating a unit that qualifies with their voucher. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Next, we're going back to Kevin Burgess.
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for allowing me to share my testimony about the impact of New Haven Works on my life. As a formerly incarcerated individual, finding steady employment can be a significant challenge. I struggled for a long time to find work, even with my experience and skill set. After I found New Haven Works, I received the support and advocacy that I needed to secure a job at Yale University. New Haven Works provided me with a job coach who helped me navigate the job search process and advocated on my behalf with potential employers. I worked with several job coaches, Ashley, Michael, and Elias. The job coach also helped me to prepare for interviews and connect with employers willing to give me a chance. I received assistance with my resume, job applications, and interview skills, which helped me to stand out from all other candidates. With the support of New Haven Works, I've overcome the barriers that previously kept me from securing stable employment. Since joining Yale University, my life has significantly changed. I now have steady income, health insurance, and the ability to provide for my family. I can also take my family on vacations and enjoy life's simple pleasures. None of this would have been possible without the support of New Haven Works. I urge the committee to consider increasing funding for New Haven Works. They're providing vital services to the community, especially to those who are facing barriers to employment. Expanding the capacity to serve more individuals can help others like myself find meaningful work and achieve financial stability. Thank you again for allowing me to share my story.
Sorry, thank you very much. Next, we have Chris Bird, followed by Rufus Durham. I don't see Mr. Bird in the waiting room here. I believe he's remote, so we'll go ahead to Rufus Durham.
Good evening. My name is Rufus Durham. I'm the executive director of the Warner Theater in Torrington, Connecticut. I just want to give my thoughts on the arts funding, as you've heard many of my colleagues speak tonight. While we know that the additional increased funding was at that point a one-time funding, we still have not recovered. The Warner Theater is about 40% under pre-pandemic ticket buying. In 2022, we served about 42,000 patrons. In the typical year, we serve anywhere from 70 to 80,000 patrons. And to be honest, the additional funding that we received should be where we are, period. Typically, large organizations like myself across the country receive about 10 to, on the high end, 15% of their budget from public subsidy, including local, municipal, and county level taxes, which we don't have in Connecticut. So it becomes very difficult, especially in my rural area, where we don't have as much corporate support, although all of our local businesses do support us, as some of my colleagues in larger cities, but we serve the same function. We are a convener of people. We host multiple organizations throughout the year, both other nonprofits and civic organizations. And we are the economic driver of downtown Torrington. When the Warner was closed, Torrington was dead. And only the arts have started to bring it back, but we're still not here, and we need your help. I don't know how I'm going to be able to cover the deficits that we're looking at and planning for without continued increased supports. Audiences are very, very slow to return. There's a recent national study about the rate of return recovery for arts and cultural organizations. And unfortunately, performing arts centers were last underneath even movie theaters. And if you've been paying attention to the news, you know how movie theaters are struggling. So we ask that you return to the levels of funding of the last 2 fiscal years for the next 2 fiscal years to help us continue to get through this. I want to bring people downtown. I want to be a great partner to DECD and to Torrington, and I just need your help to do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Alicia Sharamut, and I believe she's in person.
No, Matt, the next one would be number 78.
Okay, number 78 is Kara Capone. Ma'am, I believe you're, there you go. I was going to say you're muted.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Porter, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee for your previous and continued support. I'm Kara Capone, CEO of Community Housing Advocates, an affiliate organization of both Mercy Housing and Shelter, and my sister's place, providing services to people living in both Hartford and Middlesex counties. And I live in Hamden. I'm here to provide general comment on the state budget and ask your support of the CCH legislative agenda to rescue the homeless response system. You guys have heard a bunch tonight already. I'm not going to go into it, but basically we're struggling to hire staff. From a business perspective, it's been really tough because of low wages. We have staff leaving for better paying jobs, including state positions, and the staff that are staying are getting burnt out because of staffing shortages. So it's this whole secular pattern that we're seeing. Clients are suffering because of staff turnover, and that has a negative impact on our outcomes and also the care that we're able to provide them. So we need the funding for the cold weather shelters. Obviously, tomorrow is going to be an illustration of that with the storm coming in. It needs to be annualized. It's not the type of thing that volunteers and church members can do anymore. The problem is that we're seeing folks coming in with more mental health, substance abuse issues, and untreated. And because of that, we really need people who are professional and trained to work with this specific population. CAN infrastructure needs to be addressed. It needs to be supported. That is the thing that made Connecticut one of the leaders in housing and homelessness in the entire nation. We want to continue that. And also one of the things that wasn't mentioned that I want to is that we really, any contract increases need to be indexed to account for inflation. So I also want to throw that in there as well. That's one of the reasons why we are so drastically underfunded at this point, because our funding and our contracts have not kept up with inflation. The last 2 years were great, but that barely kept up with inflation. And prior to, we were still getting funding levels from like 2008. So we're at a deficit here. The one thing I do want to emphasize is I want to give you a little bit of what's going on right now in Hartford, for example. In order to access shelter in Hartford, you have to be street homeless or living in a place not meant for human habitation. And in order to do that, we have to send staff into the field to verify that you're homeless. And I'm sending staff out to verify whether or not this family with children is living in a car, or this individual is sleeping on a bench, or they've got to constantly call in to tell us where they're located so we can verify to give them a shelter bed. I've worked in Connecticut since 1998, so 25 years. This is the worst I've seen it. It's bad. It's not getting better. And so, we're here to ask you tonight for your help, for support. Thank you for considering my testimony and the funding requests. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
The next person up, please, is Amy Diaz.
Hi, I will be filling in for Amy Diaz. This is Danielle Transillo. I am the Vice President of Philanthropy and Engagement for the Maritime Aquarium at Norwalk. First, thank you, co-chairs Austin and Walker, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for the support that this committee and General Assembly have provided to the Maritime Aquarium over the years. This support has been vital to our institution and to the communities that we serve. I'm here tonight to testify on a set of programs that have benefited us as well as the entire arts and culture community throughout the state. These programs are bundled together via the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Funding Roadmap that has been proposed by the Connecticut Arts Alliance, Connecticut Humanities, and the Connecticut Tourism Coalition. This funding roadmap is strategically and thoughtfully designed. It provides tourism and marketing support, which will allow us to compete with all of our neighboring states, resulting in a robust tourism market. It provides operational funding, which is critical to the survival of many, if not most, grant-funded programs. And it provides funding for workforce development, which will allow us to develop programs in collaboration with the state's colleges and universities. But why are we here? What impact will funds like this have on an aquarium, and specifically the Maritime Aquarium? It's quite simple. It's the delivery of our mission to inspire people of all ages to appreciate and protect the Long Island Sound ecosystem and the global environment through living exhibits, marine science, and environmental education. Most people believe that we fulfill this mission through our marine life and our breathtaking biodiversity at the aquarium. But it's really the storytelling. It's making connections between the people in our hallways today and those that came before them that truly delivers on our mission. It's the history, the heritage, the culture, the literature, and the arts that surround these critters at the aquarium that truly inspire our guests to take meaningful action in protecting Long Island Sound and the ocean beyond. So for the Maritime Aquarium, arts and culture are very much in the fabric of who we are and how we deliver on our mission. We have benefited from the state support of these initiatives in the past, and we look forward to even stronger support via this initiative. For our community, the region, and the state, the benefits are many, but in total, they result in a financial return of 3-to-1, a worthwhile investment by any measure. We are excited by the vibrant and diverse arts and culture sector here in Connecticut and are honored to be part of it today and its growth tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Next
up is Angelica Jarrell, please.
Yes, good evening, everybody. My apologies for my low connectivity. I'm in Stamford here, and we just had the snow blizzard that's starting. So I'm calling in from my car, but I'm not driving. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of arts and culture. I am the founder and CEO of Intempo, a creative youth development organization that works with predominantly immigrant youth, first generation, and newly arrived children, as well as communities in Stamford, Norwalk, and Fairfield County to make music education, intercultural, native instruments, and repertoire relevant, accessible, and inclusive. We've been fortunate to receive the Arts and Cultural Fund for the past 2 years and to be able to partner with Connecticut Humanities as well as the Connecticut Office of the Arts. And it's been transformative in a way that we were a grassroots organization. This is our 12th year, and we were never just even aware that we could get funding to promote arts, culture, and education through the state of Connecticut. So it has been wonderful to be able to learn about the importance of advocacy, the importance of representation, and to be able to teach this to our children, to our students, to say, you have a voice, you have a vote, and the elected officials in the state is here to support you and to support, to uplift and share each other's culture. I wanted to share a model as well. that I'm also a former commissioner for the City of Stamford Arts and Culture Commissioner under Mayor Caroline Simmons, and under State Senator, Patty, our state senator here in Stamford, Connecticut. And we gave away $180,000 in grants at the City of Stamford for arts and culture, and 30% of them went to grassroots organizations that maybe not necessarily knew how to write a grant, did not know about the process of fiscal sponsor, and now they're thriving and really promoting and representing cultures from Latin America, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. And we're really looking forward to growing the representation so that we can aspire to follow the footprints of the St. Patrick's Day parade, for example, so that it can be as big as that and truly reflect the second largest city in Connecticut, and truly reflect the shifting demographics that we will experience by the year 2035 of becoming a majority minority nation. So thanks again for letting me speak on behalf of arts and culture. And again, I just wanted to apologize and say that I'm from Senators Pat Billy Miller district. And I'm also very excited that I was able to testify last week and gather the support from the Puerto Rican Black and Hispanic Caucus, specifically with Geraldo Reyes from Waterbury. So thank you again for your support and for supporting arts and culture funding.
Thank you very much. Next, we've got Latoya Agnew, followed by Ron Bergamo.
Hello, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Latoya Agnew, and I am here to testify in support of New Haven Works. I'd like to request that the committee consider increasing funding to support New Haven Works jobs pipeline. Now more than ever, we need programs like New Haven Works. With inflation and the cost of living constantly going up, we need programs that will give people access to good jobs who otherwise would be denied. Having a good job is life-changing. I know from personal experience, I have worked many kind of low wage and undervalued jobs. I've also seen the effect that these jobs have on our communities. People who are constantly moving from job to job or living paycheck to paycheck have no financial or residential stability, and it is harder for them to support their families. Young people aren't able to support themselves or save for their futures, and it is a constant battle of what to sacrifice in order to get by. New Haven Works has the power to change this. New Haven Works is able to assemble the resources needed so that New Haven residents can get jobs that will help our city build a future where everyone can succeed. I ask that you help to create this future by increasing funding in order to support New Haven Works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too.
Next up is Ron Bergamo Jr., and then after that is Corey Gers.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to thank Senator Austin and Representative Walker, all the members of the Appropriations Committee for your previous support in allowing us the opportunity to relay our needs for some ongoing support at Ball and Socket Arts. My name is Ron Bergamo Jr. I'm the board chair, and I don't know that all of you may realize that Ball and Socket Manufacturing Company was the former button and metal fastener factory complex that occupies 3 acres along Route 68 in the West Main village of Cheshire, Connecticut. The factory was the largest employer in Cheshire for more than 100 years. Cheshire locals say at some point everyone worked at the button shop. Sadly, it ceased operations in 1992 and the buildings became abandoned and imperiled. Ball and Socket Arts was formed in 2011 with the goal of restoring this unique treasure, preserving a local landmark, and creating a home for the arts. We were a 501c3 nonprofit organization with a board of directors composed of local citizens who were passionate about seeing this project brought to completion. As an aging historic brownfield site, the fundraising challenges for this nonprofit without traditional financing sources have been many. As you can imagine, the capital needs for a project this large are large, but we have successfully identified the capital sources, and with support of the state's DECD Brownfield office, are now rapidly building out the project. For the last 2 years, we've been working to open our phase 1 to offer the public a usable proof of concept, which will house our public gallery, offices, and a limited number of mission appropriate tenants, which support the cash flow needed for ongoing operations. This initial phase is under construction and due to be completed this summer. We anticipate it should take 5 more years to fully complete the remainder of the site. Our fundraising efforts have successfully raised over $9.5 million to date from private, town, state, and federal sources. These funds understandably have gone to stabilization and construction. Now open, we are turning our efforts towards programming and public engagement. Last year, we thankfully received from your committee $300,000 of support administered by DECD. The funds created 4 jobs in training at the site beginning in November 2022. Those jobs are filled, active, and working to expedite our programming and development efforts. We and the town of Cheshire want this facility to once again be the economic and cultural center of Cheshire. The town has earmarked this site as a focal point for Cheshire's West Main Street development to preserve town history, enhance commerce, and develop tourism in this area. We are here today to ask that another full year of support for these jobs be funded. This would require $400,000. We would also like the funds to be earmarked annually for the next 5 years if possible, while we complete the efforts to raise capital and complete the construction portion of the program. Sustaining these positions will allow us to complete the West Main Street development while engaging the community and fulfilling our programming and community outreach objectives. So thank you for this opportunity to address the group and explaining our continuing budget needs. Have a good night.
Yes, you were just over 3 minutes. Perfect timing, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next is, I'm hoping I don't say this wrong, Corey Gores.
Yes, that's correct. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Koray Gurs. I am the Chief Operating and the Financial Officer here at Mystic Aquarium. I will also like to extend my appreciation to the any committee members and staff who are still in the meeting room in Hartford. Please drive home safe. As Jason Patlas stated earlier, we submitted a joint written testimony on behalf of the 2 aquariums here in Connecticut, and we respectfully request our funding to stay the same level as the previous 2 years. I'd like to this testimony from the point of view of our strength, the value that we provide to the state of Connecticut. Our combined annual attendance is 1.3 million, and around 700,000 of the 1.3 million are coming out of state. When you think about that number, that's 700,000 out of staters stay overnight at our local hotels, eat at local restaurants, and shop in local stores and buy gas in Connecticut. So all major contributions to Connecticut state revenue. More than 1,700 jobs are directly dependent upon both institutions. And we also provide multiple different programs that provide discounted and free admission to underserved guests and high-need communities. And also, we provide multiple different STEM education programs to over 150,000 children in state of Connecticut, including more than 22,000 children from underserved audiences annually. Our impact is in education area with STEM education, with multiple virtual and in-person education programs in classrooms in throughout New England and out in the field as well. We also like to think that our biggest impact in terms of our children is to inspire them. As they visit our aquariums, they are being inspired. We also provide multiple conservation programs, anything from programs related to protection of Long Island Sound to beach cleanup efforts and our citizen
Sir,
science.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes is up. If you could please start to wrap up.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank
So bottom line is the money that you will be providing to these two organizations are not expense, are investments, as our district state senator Heather Summer states. So we thank you for the opportunity, and we look forward to working with all the community working with us on making the state of Connecticut better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening. Next, we have Benita Toussaint, and then we're going to just stick with Benita for now. Benita, are you ready? Okay, while we wait for Benita, I think we're gonna go ahead on. I think the next person that's actually here in the room is Rodney Hurd.
Hello?
Go ahead,
Hey,
sir.
hey, greetings, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Rodney Hurd, and I'm here to testify in support of more funding for New Haven Works. I'm a father of 3, and I struggled for a long time to find decent employment. It was very hard. I had a very extensive resume, and I've even been a manager at one point in time, but ending up in dead-end jobs. I tried applying to Yale and other employers, but got no callbacks or interviews. I thought I was doing all the right steps, but I still had to work 2 jobs to put together 32 hours for a week. And I was going in and out of town working multiple jobs. I worked overnight at a halfway house. Then I got out and I had to sleep in my car and then go work at manage a kiosk. And that was crazy. I felt overworked and underappreciated, and often I felt I had no future. Fatima, my job coach at New Haven Works, was easy to talk to and to help me keep motivated. She had a similar background and she understood my situation. We were a part of the same fight, and it felt like someone had my best interests at heart. And these were moments before I got the job at New Haven Works. These were before I got my job through New Haven Works, when I felt my options were running out. But getting a job at Yale allowed me to leave behind a life where I was constantly being pulled into jobs that were not living wages. Today, I'm alive, I'm not in jail, and most of the people I work with aren't as beneficial as me. But those people are either struggling, still working 2 or 3 jobs, or dead, honestly. But I feel proud and to be able to put on my local 35 uniform and to clock in and to work at Yale. Knowing that I have a pension when I retire, PTO, to be able to take a vacation, and my family doesn't have to worry about me getting sick. And my union job is keeping me afloat. And I feel like I was drowning before. But employers always try to find loopholes to exclude people from neighborhoods of need, and everything in these communities is being swallowed up by gentrification. But if we have more funding and more people can go through the pipeline, it will create more hope and drive people. And it will create more hope and drive people. And I want people in my community to feel, I want more people in my community to feel that if you're willing to work and go after something, that the doors won't be closed to you. So New Haven Works can keep people out of trouble and out of harm's way. But right now, there's not enough resources out there for people. And I urge you to support the funding necessary for the expansion of New Haven Works. And it will reduce crime and chaos in New Haven and help create a better city for all. And thank you for the opportunity for speaking.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good evening. It looks like Benita Toussaint is ready. If you can unmute and speak, ma'am, you have 3 minutes. Okay, I believe 89, Aaron Perpetua is in the audience. If you'd like to actually come forward, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Erin Perpetua. I am the president of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut, as well as a food service director for Norwich Public Schools. Connecticut school nutrition professionals have made great strides in bringing fresh local food into their cafeterias. And Connecticut Kid Grant Program has greatly advanced these efforts. We urge you to add funding to the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids Grant Program for the 24-25 budget with an appropriation of $1 million annually. Farm to School is an investment in our local dollars to our farms as well as to our children. Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grants have often been a stepping stone to be able to have a district expand or to even just start to build a farm to school program. As a district that has received farm to school grants, these grants have enabled me to expand my program where I've been able to actually provide enough fresh local produce that we've processed for an entire school year for our entire district. We were able to also invest these monies into our employees. They were able to see what the fruits of their labor were, watching the children eat these products. We've had children not know where food comes from. I've had students only know corn in a can form. They've never known that it came in a cob, and Farm to School enables us to be able to expand that and to teach them. The USDA requires that all school programs use U.S. agriculturally grown products, and we can't get any closer to what is grown in our neighborhoods, our towns, or our state. It is a win-win investment in our children, with our farms, and our communities. I hope you see the benefit in investing in supporting this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Dawn Craco.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Porter, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Dawn Craco, and I represent the organization Food Corps and the Connecticut Farm to School Collaborative, and I'm a resident of Marlborough, Connecticut. I'm speaking today concerning the Department of Agriculture to respectfully ask for your support in funding the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids Grants Program with an appropriation of $1 million annually. Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids is a state farm to school initiative which strengthens the connection communities have with fresh local food by supporting and promoting food purchasing and education practices at schools and early child care programs. Farm to school programs elevate the health of children and communities while supporting local agriculture and local economies. Hands-on food education meets different learning styles and abilities of students. For instance, a science lesson in the school garden is not only engaging, but it helps students better connect to the learning objective. Research also shows that students who participate in food education consume more fruits and vegetables in the cafeteria. In 2021, the Connecticut General Assembly established a Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids Grants Program, and this has brought farm to school to life in our state, with a projected impact of reaching over 16,000 students across 31 communities throughout our state, with 60% of funding going to alliance districts. In total, close to $2 million in grant funds were requested, with less than $700,000 available for granting. The program was an incredibly effective and efficient use of funding. The approximate per student cost was about $46, only $46. This is such a small but significant investment that pays dividends for children across our state who in their youngest years are developing healthy relationships to food and learning how food powers their community. Testimony from grantees here today and virtually speak to the incredible impact and reach the grants are having. And there's many more schools and districts and early childhood centers looking for resources to help them jumpstart their efforts. The time to invest in keeping this funding going is now. 1 in 8 children in our state struggle with food insecurity. During the pandemic, school meal programs stepped up to ensure no student went hungry, and local farms stepped up in a big way in response to supply chain challenges. New relationships and energy and opportunity to connect kids to local food emerged. The need is there, the demand is there, and the excitement and enthusiasm to grow programming is strong. These grants are investments in our youngest citizens and our local communities and economies. Children are the future patrons of local farms who will keep our local economy and small businesses thriving. I respectfully request that the committee supports this funding for this program year in our next state budget. It's a win-win investment for our youth, farms, and schools. Thank you for your time this evening and for your service.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Drive carefully home. 93 is up now. Bob Murdoch, please.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of additional funding for tourism. My name is Bob Murdoch. I'm the President and Director of Sports Marketing for the Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau, also known as CT Meetings. Connecticut's tourism and hospitality industries are net revenue generators, producing a rate of return of at least $3 for every $1 invested by the state. Additional funding does not compete with other priority programs, but instead helps to pay for them. The hospitality and tourism sectors need sustained, consistent, and predictable funding so that we can plan for the future. We support the arts, culture, and tourism funding roadmap, which has been presented by CT Humanities, CT Arts Alliance, and the CT Tourism Coalition. The Connecticut Convention and Sports Bureau, again, CT Meetings, is Connecticut's only statewide meetings and sports event sales and marketing organization. Our mission is to sell and market Connecticut as premier destination for national, regional, and statewide group business, conventions, and sporting events. We are an economic driver for the state. We are partially funded by the DECD Office of Tourism and also through private sector support. We received additional funding resources since COVID through the Office of Tourism to jumpstart our efforts in attracting meetings and events business for the state and to be more competitive in the marketplace. Going back to 2019 funding levels will hurt our efforts to bring meetings and events to all corners of the states. And some of the upcoming events that we have coming just in the next month include the Society of Women Engineers Northeast Conference, Student National Medical Association Annual Education Conference, the NCAA Division I Men's Ice Hockey Regional Championship, NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Semifinals. And again, additional funding for tourism does not compete with other priority programs, but instead helps to pay for those programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Dane Ruff, then followed by Jeff Shaw, who I believe is in person.
Good evening. I hope I'm coming in clearly.
You are, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all of our honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dane Rue, lifelong resident of Connecticut, born and raised in Groton, and currently living in Norwich. And I'm honored to provide testimony in this hearing in support of Connecticut's arts, culture, and tourism sector. This is the first time I've actually ever given public testimony in a government setting, and I find it most appropriate that it concerns an industry that has been my passion for the past 12 years of my professional career. I currently serve as director of Slater Memorial Museum at Norwich Free Academy and president of the Society of the Founders of Norwich, the owners and operators of the Leffingwell House Museum in Norwich. Connecticut is a hub of cultural and historical excellence, and for years we have generated awareness, education, and revenue when it comes to arts and culture. In 2015, the arts, culture, and tourism industry in southeastern Connecticut alone generated over $168 million in revenue, and that's more than the entire state of Maine, Vermont, or Delaware at that time. This industry is a vital player in ensuring the success of our state, and I urge our state government to ensure that this success will continue into the future. Countless organizations, such as one I oversee, are staffed entirely by unpaid volunteers, and access to this level of funding have been instrumental in us in being able to not only do our jobs better, but also allows us to preserve and develop our historic assets and resources to their fullest potential. The funding provided to our museums, historical societies, and nonprofits across the state has been tremendously impactful. At the Leffingwell House Museum, funding from the Connecticut Cultural Fund allowed us to partner with the Norwich Historical Society to hire contracted temporary staff at our museum properties, a first in our history. Our visitation recovered, and our organizations were able to reach brand new audiences with programming geared towards the non-traditional museum goer. At Slater Museum, funding allowed us to create brand new exhibition experiences, including a permanent exhibition on Norwich African-American artist Ellis Ruley. It is imperative that this funding continue. The Connecticut Arts Alliance, Connecticut Humanities, and Connecticut Tourism Coalition have worked together on an arts, culture, and tourism funding roadmap that offers legislators a guide to meaningful, reliable, and equitable investment in these important contributors to the state's economy and workforce. It's essential that we do not look backwards, but forward when it comes to investing critical funding needed in our arts, culture, and tourism sector that puts Connecticut as the leader of this industry. With the major milestone of America's semi-quincentennial in 2026, now is not the time to eliminate this crucial funding. And no disrespect to our fellow neighboring states, but Connecticut has the best that any state can offer. It's up to us to show the rest of the country exactly what makes us the revolutionary state that we are. I thank the committee for their time and their consideration. Thank you.
Right on time, sir. Next is Jeff Shaw in person, please.
Good evening, Representative Nuccio, Senator Austin, and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Shaw, Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association representing community nonprofits. The Alliance respectfully requests that you increase funding for community nonprofits by 9% in fiscal 24 and 7% in fiscal 25. This funding is crucial to honoring your long-term plan to increase funding for community nonprofits because it makes up for the high inflation nonprofits have experienced over the last 2 years. The increases that the committee fought to provide in the last biennium were deeply appreciated by those who depend on the vital services that nonprofits provide in every city and town. However, those increases were just the start of a long-term effort to compensate for historical inadequate funding, which could be lost if increases do not continue, given the magnitude of inflation on top of the nonprofit funding deficit. Indeed, unprecedented inflation has eaten up the increases housing and homelessness services, as well as nonprofit arts and cultural organizations received in the last state budget. While every American has experienced inflation, nonprofits have been hit particularly hard as the major cost centers, wages, benefits, rent, utilities, that drive nonprofit budgets are the same as the areas of the economy that have accounted for the bulk of inflation. Community nonprofits are also facing an unprecedented workforce shortage and cannot attract or retain staff. As a housing example, some emergency shelter providers cannot find qualified applicants to staff cold weather emergency shelters, especially worrisome as cold temperatures have returned. Finally, demand for services is increasing. As reported by the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, homelessness increased in Connecticut for the first time in nearly a decade. The system is overburdened and underfunded. While we appreciate the governor's proposal to make a significant bonding investment in affordable housing development, the state can and should increase funding for the homelessness response system as well. In DECD, arts and cultural historic preservation programs enrich the quality of life for every community in Connecticut, and our sector contributes substantially to the state's economy. However, many arts and cultural organizations continue to struggle as they recover from the devastating impact of the pandemic. We encourage you to support the recommendations of the Arts, Culture, and Tourism Funding Roadmap Project, which focuses on ensuring the arts, culture, and tourism communities in Connecticut receive more thoughtful, meaningful, reliable, and equitable state funding. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you, sir. Please drive carefully on your way home. Next up is number 96, my constituent, Mr. Patrick Doyle.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio, and thank you to Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I serve as Executive Director of Knox, an organization in Hartford built on a vision to ensure that everyone in the city has access to the benefits of its green spaces. In the past 2 years alone, Knox has planted more than 1,200 trees in partnership with the city, grant makers, and private donors, focusing on the areas in the city with the lowest canopy coverage. I would like to express my support of providing $500,000 of funding in 2024 that would focus on expansion of tree planting and foresting in environmental justice communities and tracts. An assessment and study done by the University of Vermont found that Hartford has 25% canopy coverage compared to the state of Connecticut boasting 64.5% canopy coverage. This illustrates the importance of investing in urban trees to bring greater equity to the people of Connecticut. Trees provide a number of very important benefits that are vital in Hartford and other environmental justice communities across the state. From an environmental standpoint, they sequester carbon from the atmosphere, cool the air, and reduce stormwater runoff. From a health standpoint, they filter air pollution and produce oxygen, lowering asthma rates, mitigating heat-related illness and deaths, and reducing stress. Economically, trees can help municipalities and the state save on energy expenses, public health costs, and environmental protection. Trees have even been found to reduce crime rates. According to Hartford's Tree Canopy Action Plan, just sustaining Hartford's existing tree canopy requires planting 1,500 trees each year. But Knox and other partners hope to contribute to the city's plan to actually move their canopy forward from 25% to 35% canopy coverage. This would require both maintaining existing trees and planting 3,500 trees each year. It is encouraging to see the state recognizing the importance of investing in tree planting and foresting in environmental justice communities and tracts, and we know much more needs to be done over time. I look forward to a long-term commitment to creating tree equity across the state so all residents can access the benefits of a healthy tree canopy. In addition to planting trees, Knox supports a variety of urban agriculture, volunteer, education, and workforce development programs. I was pleased to see that many of these important items are included for support and would be especially remiss if I did not express my support of the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program, which benefits both students and farmers in Hartford and across the state. By working together, we can ensure everyone in our state has access to green spaces and the many benefits that it provides. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Right on time there. You had that down to the minute there. Next up is Candace Barrington, and then followed by Lauren Little.
Good evening. My name is Candace Barrington. In addition to being a professor at Central Connecticut State University, I'm also a member of the board of directors for the International Festival of Arts and Ideas, an organization based in New Haven with statewide, regional, national, and international impact. I'm here tonight first to thank the state of Connecticut for its longtime partnership with the festival. I'm also here to share our support of the governor's proposed budget for conservation and development agencies. Most of all, I'm here to share our gratitude that the festival's line item has remained in the governor's proposed budget and to request your continued support of that funding. Because you've already received written statements regarding the multiple ways that Connecticut communities benefit from the robust partnership between the festival and the state of Connecticut, I'll speak briefly to one easily overlooked way that the state's investment in the festival is also an investment in our state's future workforce, the Festival Fellows Program. For over a decade, the Festival Fellows Program has given regional high school students the opportunity to complete a semester-long college-level course designed to develop their skills in communication and critical thinking. Offered through Gateway Community College and provided at no cost to the fellows, this course immerses them in all aspects of the festival. They meet the performers and speakers, witness behind-the-scene design and production, learn about donor cultivation and community relations. They get more than a taste of what it means to put on a show. They get a feast of that experience. In that way, the fellows gain marketable skills and invaluable connections that prove useful for future internships and jobs. In other words, the festival creates an employment pipeline from local high schools to jobs in arts management for students who might not otherwise imagine that possibility, much less reach that goal. Thank you for supporting not only the festival's work to present great art and provocative ideas, but also your help in supporting our efforts to cultivate the next generation of arts leaders. Good night.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Lauren Little, and then Amy Blaymore Patterson.
Thank you. Senator Hartley, Representative Gibson, and the Connecticut General Assembly members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Lauren Little. I'm a farmer and educator from Hartford, Connecticut. I have a company called Lauren Little Edutainment that specializes in farming, innovative urban agriculture curriculum, and environmental education for all ages. Through my work, I've had the joy of guiding youth to develop personal relationship with nature. And today I'm speaking on the proposed budget for the fiscal years 2024 and 2025 concerning the Department of Agriculture. I respectfully ask for your support in funding the CT Kids for TT Grow and Grants program with a appropriation of $1 million annually. This is important to me and my community and local residents because it increases food access and also access to nutrient-dense produce that improves overall academic achievement and also enhances parent engagement. This is also something that my students have explicitly expressed that they want to do, learn, and be a part of. With this program, I have specifically, we were able to feed more than 150 students with local produce, serve more than 350 students, and also have that be supported by our local partners and socially disadvantaged producers who live within the area or also in other parts of Connecticut. Through the program, as a grant recipient, I was able to do the traveling schoolyard program that allowed kids to understand that they don't need to leave the city to connect with nature and that there is resources all around them that they have the access to enjoy. And so they got the opportunity to see natural local homesteads, visit edible schoolyards, taste, grow food. And it was really important to see the kids understand that they have the power to act within their future. And we also really enjoyed the opportunities for them to see different parts of their community. I would say that it was really important for us to support, in addition to supporting local farmers, increase that access, but also to show that we can distribute food amongst ourselves and provide a sustainable way to do that. I would say that I grew up thinking that farmers could only be one way, and I would like to change that perception for my students and to create opportunities and share the knowledge that they know that they can take with them in a future career or something they could talk about at home with their families. One thing that is really important about the CT Kids for TT Grown program, that it widens the availability for people who may have experienced oppression or any type of institutionalized racism within the agriculture community that would prevent them from being able to do a lot of this work. And also, in addition to the existing food apartheid and climate change and COVID, our access to food has dwindled. And so having local food systems and support is really important. Farm to school education really.
If you could just begin to wrap up, you've reached your 3 minutes.
If we begin to support more farm to school education, I really feel like funding for this will be a win-to-win for our youth and our schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next is Amy Blaymore Patterson, and then Senator Joan Hartley will be taking over announcing at that point.
I'm here. I'm just waiting for my camera to, can you hear me? I'll start.
Yes, I can. We can see you also. Go
Oh,
ahead.
good. Thank you. Good evening, Representative Nuccio. Thank you so much. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. For the record, I'm Amy Blaymore Patterson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. Thank you for this opportunity to present testimony in support of HB 6659, outlining the governor's proposed biennial budget. I submitted written testimony, so I will be brief and just touch on a few points. I'd like to start by stating for the record our gratitude that the governor's proposed budget leaves the Community Investment Act intact, and thank you in advance for your support of the CIA. We strongly support proposed investments in increased personnel and programs at DEEP to support environmental equity, access, and accessibility. And that includes DEEP's provision of all-terrain wheelchairs at state parks for use by members of the public with physical limitations. I want to thank Senator Austin, I can't see you, but I know you're out there, for emphasizing the importance of accessibility during your questioning of the commissioner today. And later tonight, I'll be testifying in favor of SB 301, which sets up that pilot program. I also want to express our support for funding for climate equity and urban forestry, which is line T1417. And again, we'll be testifying later this evening in support of Senate Bill 979, Section 7, which would establish a goal for Connecticut of increasing forest cover by 5%. The funding for that program will be essential, and it will add to existing programs now that are doing so much for urban forestry. And I'm fortunate to follow Patrick Doyle, who made the compelling case for the benefits of trees in urban environments, so I don't need to go through that. As several members of this committee alluded to this morning, it's essential that DEEP has the personnel to support the implementation of these and all of its programs in order to uphold its responsibilities. Regarding the agency's environmental and conservation programs, that means increases in staff to support land and acquisition management. In 2008, there were 11 staff in that office. Today, we have 6. That office is hugely important for the state's land trust, which is the constituency that we mainly work with here in the state. The state park system, we're pleased to see the addition of the park district supervisor, but respectfully contend that that's not nearly enough. And we align our testimony with that of Eric Hammerling, who testified earlier in detail. And finally, inland wetlands. We just learned recently that there's currently no staff dedicated to that state program, which is tasked with extensive training, regulatory, technical assistance, data collection, and other responsibilities pursuant to statute and regulations. And wetlands like trees, forests, and soils are essential as a nature-based climate solution, in addition to providing wildlife benefits, clean water, and other ecosystem services. So these investments are not only critical now, but more importantly for our kids and grandkids in the future. And if we don't take care of what we have now, it will cost us more to restore our natural areas and water in the future, if that's even possible. So with that, I'll close and thank you very much for this opportunity to provide our comments and for all you do.
Thank you very much, Amy. With everyone's indulgence, we're going to just go back to number 84, Benetta Toussaint, who was having some technical difficulty, but is now with us. Are you with us now, Benetta? Kind of got a message she was. Not seeing her again. She may still be having technical difficulties. Last call, Benetta, we'll go back to you if you can connect with us again. We will now invite Tanya Barrett, please, the United Way, Senior Vice President. You with us, Tanya?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Senator Hartley, Representative Gibson, Senator Gordon, Representative DiCaprio, Representative Nuccio, and the esteemed members of the Appropriation Subcommittee on Conservation and Development. My name is Tanya Barrett. I serve as the Senior Vice President for the 211 Health and Human Service Division at the United Way of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony in support of investing in measures that will help our state's homeless services system respond to overwhelming demand. Since 2014, United Way of Connecticut 211 has been the front door to Connecticut's coordinated access networks for housing and homeless services. And we're proud of that role in Connecticut's coordinated approach to ending homelessness. As you've heard before, Connecticut has outperformed the nation, decreasing annual homelessness by 62% over 9 years. Unfortunately, in 2022, that trend ended. The most recent point in time count shows Connecticut experienced a double-digit increase in homelessness for the first time in a decade. In 2022, 211 received nearly 140,000 calls related to housing and homelessness, which represents a 56% increase since 2017. And the increase in calls represents growing housing insecurity, as well as limited housing stock, growing economic insecurity, and just general increases in the cost of living. In 2022, more than 67,000 calls to the 211 housing crisis line were from people who identified as homeless or at risk of homelessness. Our homeless service system is just not resourced to respond to this level of need. To best serve our callers, in November of 2022, that 211 housing crisis line reduced hours of operation from 24-hour service to 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And that was in an effort to condense staff to be able to handle the greatest number of calls during the times of peak demand. The Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness policy agenda includes $5.95 million annually in the Department of Housing Homeless Services line for coordinated access network infrastructure, which includes funding for the 211 housing crisis line. With this additional investment, the 211 housing crisis line will return to 24-hour service and will be appropriately resourced to serve more callers and reduce hold times. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to submit this testimony.
Tanya, you're perfectly timed here. Thank you very much for hanging in there with us. Shelley Kiala, are you with us, Shelley?
Yes, I am with you. I just had to unmute myself there.
Okay, you've got the floor, madam.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening to Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Nuccio, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Shelley Kiala. I'm the Executive Director of the International Festival of Arts and Ideas. We are a 28-year young organization that is based in New Haven with statewide, regional, and international impact. And so first I want to thank you. The festival has been a longtime partner with the state of Connecticut, and we're very grateful for the ongoing support. We also were very happy to see that we have funding that is in the current proposed budget from the governor, and we ask that you continue to retain that investment and urge you to support the funding as proposed in the budget for conservation and development agencies. For the past nearly 3 decades, Arts and Ideas, in partnership with the state, has touched millions of lives. We've connected people and communities through cultural expression, and we've brought resources, financial and otherwise, into New Haven and into our state. We're a community builder, and much of our programming is free. More than 80% actually annually are free programs for the public. So anyone within the state is welcome to come without barrier. We got a comment last year from someone that said there's no way to describe the positive vibes being among others who enjoy art, theater, and music, smiling and seeing happiness in each other's faces. But we've also expanded. We began to do programming outside of just June and had free programming this last year in the fall that featured artists from all over the state. We also partnered with organizations outside of New Haven, including TheaterWorks Hartford, to bring programming to their communities, and that is just the beginning. This May and June, we plan to again engage 100,000 people with our programming, and will focus on centering artists and creatives with disabilities in both our literature and artistic presentations through our annual festival. We're also job creators, and last year employed more than 120 Connecticut residents and nearly 100 Connecticut-based artists, pouring $1.8 million into the state's economy through wages, salaries, and artistic fees. Your support is critical in providing the foundation to ensure a year-long strength of this organization that is Arts and Ideas. And so while I'm happy to see our funding and I'm grateful for it, I'm also underwhelmed at the lack of support for the arts community in the governor's proposed budget. Arts, culture, and tourism create a rich ecosystem that requires bold action to be strong and competitive, and I urge you to support funding for the arts, culture, and tourism organizations across the state through the proposed ACT funding roadmap. We need this because it pays dividends not just in economic impact, which is significant and well documented, but also in quality of life and social cohesion, which are critical to Connecticut's present and future. In this time, more than ever, this investment is both wise and urgent. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Madam. And we'd like to hear now from Ernie Koshmeter from the Groton Public Schools.
Good evening, Senator Austin and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ernie Koshmeter. I'm the Food Service Director for Groton Public Schools. Today, I am speaking on the proposed budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 concerning the Department of Agricultural HB number 6659. I respectfully ask for your support in funding the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program with an appropriation of $1 million annually. As a past recipient of the Connecticut Kids Grant in 2022, students at all my grade levels from K through 12 learned the importance of farm to cafeteria through different models. Models such as raised garden beds, which we were able to create 16 new beds at 4 different elementary schools, to outdoor, that creates outdoor living classrooms, if you will, especially in these times, they came so importantly, to hydroponics at the high school, where we're growing 6-foot tall wall that's create a growing wall of lettuce, tomatoes, and herbs for cooking in the kitchens. At our middle school, many of our students had benefited from the taste testing of new fruits and vegetables that they may never been able to have tried before. That has not been part of that, had it not been part of this grant. This program has allowed us to host Cooking Matters clubs at our middle school, which is an after-school program where students and families come together for 5 weeks straight. They learn healthy cooking techniques with recipes, and they get free cookbooks. And we all sit down at the end of the meals that we cook together, and we talk about the nutrition elements and components and why it's so healthy. And it's a great program for families to come together in the schools. I recently had 6 of my farmers, farm partners, if you will, reach out and tell me of the positive impact our purchasing local has made for them and their farms. Keeping local dollars local is so important. In fact, my military families love this grant program as well, as usually there is one parent out to sea for months at a time. It makes me so feel so inspired that I am taking care of their children with a healthy local farm products that are in their cafeterias and having their kids try new fruits and vegetables, mostly due to this Connecticut Kids Grant. I urge you to support this funding for this program. After all, it is a win-win investment in our students, future leaders, our local schools, and certainly our local Connecticut farmers. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you very much, Ernie, and safe travels there to you. Now, we're going to try this again. Bonetta Toussaint appears to be back online. Are you here, Bonetta? Going once, going twice. All right. Sorry about that. We will resume back with our list. Carmen Cologne.
Yes.
From the Groton Schools? No, excuse me, Bridgeport YMCA.
Absolutely. Good evening. Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Alston, and members of our legislature. Thank you for having us here this evening, and thank you for everything that you do on behalf of our constituents. Tonight, I come before you to ask you to make sure that you're supporting House Bill 6554. I know many of my colleagues have spoken on behalf of this bill tonight and on behalf of the funding to rescue the homeless system. Well, one of the things that I really would like to speak to you about is the fact that so many of our social workers who work with this homeless population, just their bachelor's and master level social workers, and they are all earning at an average of $42,000 a year, basically a paycheck away from so many of the clients that they serve. Therefore, I ask you to please make sure that you are supporting really an increase in our funding for those workers that work so hard. I have been with our institution for 29 years, and I have not seen an increase in all these years. And although I want to increase their salaries, there's nothing that I can do without an increase in our grants. The other piece that I would like to speak to you about is our governor's mandate year after year on our cold weather protocol, where we're mandated to opening up our offices, opening up every single spot that we might have in our shelters or in our office spaces to make sure that we bring everyone in from the cold. Well, that's a mandate that is not funded. So I'm asking you to please make sure that that funding is annualized. When we had CARES Act funding, we were able to do so much We all know that that's going away. So I urge you to please help us continue to do the great work that we are doing. And it is not by accident that in this state, we don't see homeless people all over the streets. It is because of the great work that providers of homeless services have done. And of course, the help that you guys have all given us. So tonight, I urge you to please stand by us and rescue our homeless management system. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Next is Paul Kovalvik. Are you
Hi, good
there?
evening.
Hello, Paul.
Paul is not available right now. My name is Elias Estabrook. For the record, his name is Paul Sirkovich. He's actually preparing our city for this storm right now. He's at work. So greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. I'm going to read his testimony on his behalf. My name is Paul Sirkovich. I'm a New Haven resident and former member of New Haven Works. I'm here to testify in support of New Haven Works. I'd like to request that the committee consider increasing funding to support the New Haven Works jobs pipeline. After being released from 10 years in prison, I needed work. For 6 years, I worked low-paying jobs that didn't give any benefits whatsoever. I would work 70 hours a week doing back-breaking labor and was barely able to make ends meet. I needed a change. This is when a friend of mine told me about New Haven Works. I came in ready to do what was necessary to change my life, but did not expect all of the help I received. My job coach helped me with my resume, gave me job recommendations, and prepared me for my interviews. I was given the tools I needed to apply for jobs, and everything they sent me was the truth. I never felt like I was getting the runaround. With my job coach's help, I was hired into the New Haven Department of Parks and Recreation as a caretaker. I care for our city's parks by doing things like taking out the trash, but I also help set up the public events that happen around the city, like our concerts. And I help to maintain our city streets in the case of a snowstorm. I make sure that visitors get a great first impression of New Haven, and after 2 years in the department, I received a promotion to foreman. When I first got the job, I just felt relieved. I was able to put food on the table for my 15-year-old son and girlfriend, bought myself a car, and now I have a pension and health care. As far as I'm concerned, my life is second to none today. And if I didn't go through the process with New Haven Works, I would still be struggling. This program showed me a light at the end of the tunnel that I did not have before. I am now 23 years sober, and whenever I meet people who are trying to get their life together, I tell them about New Haven Works so they can make their lives better like I did. A few of the other guys I knew while in prison got hired to good jobs as well, and I know that I'm living proof that this place works. Thanks for your time.
Well, first of all, thank you for stepping in and also sharing Paul's message with us. Much appreciated. And tell him thanks for taking care of our streets in New Haven. We'd like to hear now from Charlie Taylor.
Hello, thank you. Hello, Senator Olston, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Charlie Taylor, and I'm here to testify in support of New Haven Works. I'd like to request that the committee consider increasing funding to support the New Haven Works jobs pipeline. I've lived and worked in New Haven for 19 years. I came here as a student at SCSU, Southern Connecticut State University. During that time, I worked a variety of jobs from front desk, night auditor at Courtyard Marriott downtown to local retail and restaurants. Since January 2017, I've worked at Yale as a casual employee. It's difficult to explain to most people what it means to work at an institution like Yale for 6 years and yet not be counted as an employee. I collected W-2s and W-4s every year for 6 years and filed as other employees would. However, I didn't get sick leave or pay time off or retirement or any of the benefits that come with being an employee. I was doing the same work while receiving none of the benefits and being paid less. I also rarely knew how long it would be that I'd be working or if my appointment was going to end suddenly, leaving me without a job, despite performing crucial functions at the university. Far too many people are similarly underemployed or without work altogether. Finding a job that will cover the rising cost of living was difficult enough before COVID, and it hasn't gotten any easier. I joined New Haven Works as soon as I could and have been working with them to find a good job, something with benefits and pay that I can live on. I am very happy to say that I'm now a full-time employee in the library at Yale and a member in Local 34. With this job, I can afford to stay in my community. With this job, I can go regularly to the doctor. With this job, I can finally have stability to plan and save for a future. I don't believe I would have gotten this position, a job that will afford me all of this, if it wasn't for New Haven Works. I know many others who have the same story. We need more programs like New Haven Works in other communities, and we need to keep New Haven Works working for our residents by giving the program the funding it needs to continue and thrive. I want to thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. So I am informed that Benita Toussaint is now calling in, and so we have to take our hats off for her efforts here to connect with us. And so, Benita, can you hear us now? Hello? I'm not sure this is going to work. Benita, my apologies. Thanks again for keep trying. We're going to now hear from Steve Werlin. Steve is the executive director of Downtown Evening Soup. Hi, Steve.
Soup Kitchen, actually. Thank you so much. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Steve Moreland. I'm a resident of New Haven, and I'm very grateful to be here to offer some general comment on House Bill number 6659 and in support of the legislative agenda put forth by the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, which you've heard a lot about already this evening. I have the honor of working for Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen, or DESK as we call it. DESK has been serving unhoused individuals in New Haven for nearly 4 decades. Tonight, we, like so many of our partners across the state, are providing life-saving overnight emergency services during severe weather. By day, our staff will work with clients one-on-one to connect with case managers, housing specialists, income counselors, and medical providers to work toward greater stability in their lives. With 40 years worth of programming and best practice development, homelessness service providers in Connecticut have really built the systems needed to coordinate services and train qualified frontline staff to really get the job done. But it all hangs by a thread. If we don't commit the resources, then we cannot expect our well-designed system to function as intended. It's like buying a fancy new car and then refusing to fill the gas tank. The governor's proposed budget leaves this fancy new car just sitting in the garage by flat funding homelessness services. Given the 40% increase in homelessness in Connecticut over the last 3 years and the rapidly rising inflation rate, our state really must commit additional resources beyond what the governor has proposed to address this public health crisis. I'm exceedingly proud to stand with my partners and the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness to support the realistic addition of $50 million per year in homelessness services to the proposed budget. This annualized addition of funding will pay our frontline workers, the outreach staff, the case managers, the employment specialists. They'll pay them a living wage that will keep them working in our sector and in our state. $50 million will ensure that our coordinated access networks can provide the necessary emergency response so that when someone does slip into homelessness, the systems are in place to get them out of homelessness quickly and permanently. And $50 million will include annualized cold weather funding, ensuring that providers have the resources to save the lives of thousands of the most vulnerable people in our state every winter. Beyond this moral imperative, the addition of $50 million in annual funding is, in fact, a cost saver. Homelessness services that save lives and get people housed help to avoid millions of dollars more in emergency medical and deferred healthcare costs incurred by the most income-constrained residents of our state and ultimately passed on to paid for by the general public. Thank you all so much for all you've done already for those we serve. My written testimony outlines in greater detail all of these points that I've made and more. So I ask that you please take a look and reach out if you have any questions regarding our request for prudent investments in compassionate homelessness services here in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate it. Next, we have Noah Bloom.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we call Mr. Bloom, we do have Ms. Toussaint on the phone.
Okay, let's go with this.
Thank you.
Quick,
Good evening.
before it goes out.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I am so sorry. I had some problems with my audio. I was hearing you, but you couldn't hear me. But however, my name is Benita Toussaint, and I am here representing the Cricket Hall of Fame, which cricket is a kindred to our baseball here in the United States. And we have, we also participate in tourism because we have people coming from Europe and India and the 50s, United States and Canada come in here to Hartford to participate in cricket during the summer. And also we have a big banquet recognizing some people. This year I received the President's Award. However, what I would like to talk to this evening about is my lived experience. I am an alma mater from the Community Renewal Team. I also chaired the West Indian Celebrations Committee for a couple of years. I also, at that time, I went to the tourist board that's over on Constitution Plaza to see if I could have got the people there involved. They wanted all sorts of documents. We provided that, and they never came back. I have been listening to participants with all these good programs that can bring in a lot to Connecticut with the arts and culture. But I think we have something to straighten out. We need coordination. Coordination is critical. With all the marketing we have going on, I am not impressed that we are doing enough to coordinate programs. And I would like to see us pilot something even for our people within the state of Connecticut. We have a very diverse community, as you all know. In Connecticut here, we have people living here now. You know, when I first came here in 1966, we didn't have all these cultures as we have now. So we have a lot to offer. And I think it's at this point we need to sit down and, you know, coordinate things from within the state itself, where we can share with people within the state and then maybe branch off. That's what I really wanted to come this evening, and maybe that's why I was having all this problem trying to get through with my audio here on the phone. But, you know, I sit on the caucus and I hear a lot, and I know we have the best of everything by way of entertainment in this state here to offer. But we have to still get it together. And I do support the bill, SB 6321. I think it would be a good idea. But we still have to work to get this thing in the right perspective, because we can do a lot. Where I came from is Trinidad, and Trinidad, West Indies. And one of the things I told the lady when I went to the tourist place is that we have everything. We have all that we need. I see we have so much to offer, and I would like to work with somebody to, you know, as a consultant, to make a lot of all the good, diverse talents come out in our state.
Thank you, Benita.
And I thank you very much. I thank you very much. And Senator Austin, I love you. You're the best. Okay, have a good evening, and thank you for allowing me to say what I had to say this evening.
Thanks for hanging in, Benita. Be well.
Yeah, thank you so much. It will be better next time.
All right.
So we'll be in touch, and you know, things will get better for us.
Thanks.
Okay.
Again. Okay.
Yeah,
Noah,
because we are creative people and we can fix a lot of things to make it better. You see, everybody have their role to play in this universe, just like Senator Austin and all those good people that direct a lot of those programs. So
Good night,
we all have
Benita.
a role to play.
thank you.
Okay.
Good night, Benita.
Thank you
so
and
much.
have a blessed
Bye-bye.
evening and continue
Okay.
doing all the good that you do. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Noah Bloom, step up quick, Noah.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you all for your willingness to partake in this marathon session. My name is Noah Bloom, and I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Music School here in New Haven. NMS is the largest arts education organization in the state and one of the largest in the entire country, serving over 2,500 students each week from 80 plus cities and towns, employing close to 200 people, almost all of who live in the state, pay taxes here, and are sure to vote for arts supporting legislators. We are grateful to the many of you who have been strong advocates in the past. I think we're now in our 5th hour, so I'm going to try to cut out many of the things that are highlighted in my written testimony, but I invite you all to read much about Neighborhood Music School that I've laid out in that testimony. While these facts illustrate the extraordinary impacts of Neighborhood Music School has made in our state's economy and local communities, our student-centered arts education activities provide something even more important for our community. NMS provides our students a place like no other to be seen and taken care of. What we do may look just like piano lessons or dance classes, but our programs support mental and physical health at a time when there is real mental health crisis for our students. Many of our students, for many of them, their NMS teachers are the most important mentors in their entire lives. I've been an educator for close to 30 years, and I've never seen so many alums return to school to reconnect with their teachers and get a sense of home that only NMS can provide. Neighborhood Music School is a place for students of all ages, races, backgrounds, levels of abilities, and learning styles. Some of our students are on the autism spectrum, some are foster kids who have been in and out of DCF, some are non-binary or transgender, some are very elderly with serious health conditions. NMS is a home to them all. By bringing people together from different communities under one roof, we bridge differences. We're not just a community arts school, we support our students in every facet of their lives. Over the past year, as we've done consistently for the last 112 years, we have launched new programming in response to community need. A few highlights include our Creative Youth Development Initiative, which focuses on building a support system for New Haven youth. This includes our After School Arts Academy, which brings teaching artists into the community, Delta, our youth leadership program, and Atlas Middle School, where the students run every aspect of a theater company and draw their learning from this real world experience. We also just launched a new record label called Equitone Records, which gives students a chance to tell their stories like never before. Providing opportunities for youth to find their creative voices helps them imagine a future world worth living in and provides them the skills to help create it. In addition, adults now make up 25% of our student body, including hundreds of adults with Parkinson's who take our weekly Dance for Parkinson's class, now offered at 7 locations throughout the state. The arts are not a way forward, the arts are the way forward. There's much more that I could tell you all about the work we've done in Neighborhood Music School, and there are many stories I could share about it, the impact we've had on so many lives. And none of this would be possible without your support. And we can't continue to grow these important new programs and other initiatives without your increased support. Currently, state support makes up less than 3% of our budget, a much lower percentage than many of our peers. And we urge you to consider increasing our line item funding and supporting the whole arts sector in the increased ways proposed tonight by many who spoke before me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Noah.
Can I just leave you with one last sentence?
Well, you're kind of timed out here, sir.
All right, that's all right.
People just have to get on the road tonight. It's a bad night.
I appreciate all your time. Thank you all so much.
Okay, Ingrid, Derek Lewis. Ingrid, are you with us? Going once, Ingrid?
Greetings, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and the rest of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Ingrid Derek Lewis, and I am the Interim Executive Director of New Haven Works, also known as the New Haven Works Jobs Pipeline. First, I would like to thank the committee for its continued support to New Haven Works throughout the years. The state has been one of our major funders from the beginning. Secondly, I would like to ask the committee to consider increasing state funding for New Haven Works. Since 2013, New Haven Works has sought to strengthen the middle class in New Haven urban center and increase economic stability by providing employers with quality pre-screened workforce. Over the past 10 years, New Haven Works has done tremendous work in the community, serving the New Haven Works and placing over 1,850 residents into jobs with over 100 area employers. Over 50% of these are low-income neighborhood and 80% are from Black and Brown residents. Tonight, you have heard testimony from 11 of our members about the difference this program has made in their lives. I can testify to that myself. 10 years ago, I became involved with New Haven Works as a member and then volunteered, becoming hired as full-time and helping launch the organization. We have been and are still attracting over 200 people to our doors each quarter and serving about 80%. New Haven Works would like to continue this work, but would like to do much more. Because of our success, New Haven Works has begun focusing more on job quality. We need to have the staff in order to focus more on matching the needs of our unemployed, underemployed residents with the needs of employers. We need to pay attention to the employers, both who have significant number of job openings and offer living wage job with benefits. For example, good opportunities in bioscience, healthcare, higher education, and construction are growing in our region. To this end, New Haven Works must be able to attract and keep good staff. And we need to maintain our staffing level and to hire more job coaches. In addition, this will give us the ability to participate in and host some job fairs in our community. And it will bring employers and workforce together. Currently, we miss opportunities like these because we cannot free up staff to participate and provide necessary follow-up. Additional funding will also allow us to upgrade our communication and technology so that we can boost productivity and automate some of the routine functions and processes. This will include our website and digital presence. I appreciate your time this afternoon. COVID has challenged us and has forced us to stretch our resources even more than we had before. As you are working on prioritizing workforce development through this budget, please consider investing more in New Haven Works so that we can invest more in serving our region's job seekers and employers. Thank you for your time.
Ingrid, thank you, and safe drive home, madam. We'll now invite Vincent Santilli. Is Vincent with us?
I sure am. And good evening, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. I bring you greetings from Homes to the Brave. We are based in Bridgeport, Connecticut. We have 6 facilities now in Bridgeport and New Haven counties, and we exist to serve men and women and meet the housing, mental health, vocational, and basic needs of men and women experiencing homelessness. Almost all of them are U.S. military veterans. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6659, the governor's budget, and want to lend our voice to those requesting funding, the increase in funding during this biennium, 9% in fiscal year 24, and then 7% in fiscal year 25. And of course, indexing of future increases to inflation is really critical going forward. In our case, closer to home at Homes to the Brave, after suffering deficits 6 years in a row, we were included in the state budget in the last 2 fiscal years and are very grateful for that. This support has enabled our organization to thrive and grow. And in the last calendar year, we expanded from 3 facilities all in Bridgeport to 6. Opening 2 houses for male veterans experiencing homelessness in West Haven. So we are now proud to be serving more veterans in more locations as well as their family members than at any time in our 20-year history. As we look ahead to the next fiscal year, our budget's now north of $3 million. We're very concerned that we looked at the first draft of the budget. Homes to the Brave was not included, and we're looking at inflationary pressures, recruiting for a larger staff, fuel and utility costs skyrocketing on us. And so we are just very concerned about that. And so we would just like to certainly request our inclusion in budget for fiscal year 24. And again, add our voice to those that are asking for those increases, but in the next biennium for nonprofits all across the state who really are carrying so much on their backs in the way of providing services to those in need. We greatly appreciate your time this evening, and I know you've exhibited great patience, and it's been a long night for all of us, but thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Next is Hanif Nelson.
Good evening, everyone on the panel. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I, like many people who have talked about the arts, am opposing the return to 2019 funding. Unlike many people who have talked about the arts, I'm a musician and an educator and a musical curator here in this state and in this region. I've played around the state and I've played around this region for many, many years. And one thing that we all have to understand and remember is that during COVID, during quarantine, many artists were put out of work completely. We were all trying to figure out what our next steps were going to be. Yet at the same time, many of us were asked to, from home, to produce our art for free so that we wouldn't all go insane from the quarantine of sitting at home. And many of us did it gladly because for us, practicing our art is like breathing. And we've all heard about all the different things that the arts do, but let's also talk about the fact that, you know, by funding this bill and making sure that we're at the correct funding, artists are going to be put to work. Artists are going to also not become food insecure, not going to become housing insecure. And a lot of what we do for the state is not just about adding culture. It's not just about attracting tourism. It's about giving the balance that we need in our world today. Many of us teaching artists also go into public schools and do programs. We go into nursing homes to do music therapy. And a lot of those things cannot happen if this funding is decreased. So I want to lend my voice to the many voices that I've spoken this evening and this afternoon towards making sure that the funding does not decrease, that it gets increased, but is also to say that to make sure that some of this funding, in addition, that goes to our many, many wonderful arts agencies, also gets down to the artists that are creating the art as well. We love our agencies, we work with them, but we also who create the art, who create the culture in the state of Connecticut, we need your support as well. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Hanif. Safe travels there for you tonight, please. And I'd like to now invite Jennifer Paradis. Are you with us, Jennifer? Jennifer is.
Hi, good evening. How are you? Thank you so much.
There you go.
I'm bringing up the rear here.
Yeah.
Good evening, Senator Austin and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jennifer Paradis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Bethel Center in Milford, and I'm a resident of Middletown, Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you and provide general comment to HB 6659, an act concerning the state budget. 2 years ago, I sat before you and shared that we reduced homelessness by 40% since 2012. The progress that took us 8 years to make now takes us 2 years to lose. Today, emergency homeless response services are buckling under the need to address the housing crisis. Homelessness has grown significantly since the beginning of the pandemic, with a 39% increase in homelessness since 2020 and a 56% increase in calls to 211 in 2022 alone. Since 2019, our system has witnessed a 30% increase in unsheltered homelessness and an 82% increase in CAN appointments for those at imminent risk. The Connecticut Department of Education is expecting a 25% increase in students experiencing homelessness this year, marking its highest year since 2017. We have reached a point of crisis, not simply because of the dramatic increase in need and stress to limited resources, but also because the Connecticut's homeless response system is overburdened and historically underfunded. Today, you have heard from hardworking advocates and nonprofit professionals asking for their system needs to be met, but without the homeless response system, all other systems break. Careful review of system investments over the past decade have shown contract deficits of 33%. This leaves our organizations unable to even meet minimum wage requirements. Today, our staff, who have committed their lives to this work, wait to eat until our soup kitchen is open. Many of our staff have been housing unstable, and several of our own staff have found themselves at the end of the day in line waiting for our warming center programs, literally homeless themselves. Let me be clear, you need us to be strong. Today, our police officers, social workers, librarians, behavioral health clinicians, senior centers, probation officers, and many more partners look to us for the help they need in order to address their needs and goals, because the vast majority of their clients need shelter and housing relocation support also. Without a strong and prepared homeless system, the thousands of individuals and families supported in our system today are suddenly in emergency rooms, in police department lobbies, in school resource centers, and on the street. This proposed budget was built on the false assumption that our system is functioning efficiently, without further investment needed. This is false, and this is dangerous, and one that will have devastating consequences if we do not act. I am requesting, alongside my partners, the $50 million investment to rescue the homeless response system. Lastly, we are only as strong as our nonprofit partners. With that, please support increased funding to all community nonprofits at 9% in fiscal year 24 and 7% in 25, and to index future increases in inflation and prevent us from being here again. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. It is with your support that we can rescue the homeless response system and help make Connecticut safe and healthy for all.
Thank you, Jennifer, and safe travels, and thanks for staying to share your message of your important work. I am being told that Jennifer was our last speaker. Is there anyone left?
She was. We thought she was. We've now just promoted someone into the room.
Okay. Are they in person or remote, Madam Administrator? Do I have a name?
She's remote. It's number 122, Stacy Violante.
Oh, Stacy, go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. I will close you out, it sounds like. Thank you so much, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Stacy Violante Cote. I'm an attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy, where I direct our Right Direction Homeless Youth Advocacy Project, named by the young people whom we serve. And I'm here to provide some general comments on 6659 and add my voice to those you've heard from today, the hardworking folks working on behalf of the homeless system. Within the request for the homeless response system is a request for an increase in the Department of Housing homeless youth line item. This being Connecticut's only fully state-funded program for youth experiencing homelessness, it really is a lifeline. You have my written testimony. I won't go through all of those details, but what I want you to know is that we work directly with young people who are sleeping in stairways, who are sleeping in cars, who are moving from couch to couch and staying in unsafe places when they're experiencing homelessness. This homeless youth program is a stabilization program, provides housing and crisis beds for these young people. And as I said earlier, it really is a lifeline. Access to these services are through 211. You've heard from 211 tonight and all the providers about the increase in calls to 211 and the need to have 24-hour access to that housing. So I thank you for listening to me tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I wish everybody a safe snow day.
Thanks, Stacy. Thanks for plugging back in. And Madam Administrator, does that conclude our list of speakers this evening?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Well, with that, I just want to tell those who are left in person to please safe travels, be well, get on the road. Is that you, Sue? You're there too. And so we will officially close this public hearing this evening. And thank you to everyone for hanging in and all the hard work. Drive safe, Susan and Senator Austin. And I'm not sure who else is over there. We're thinking about you here.
Just the two of us.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank
you, everyone.
Great job.